Poppy, she's Poppy. Hello, welcome on in. Hello, Gab. How's it going? Yes, I unfortunately found out. Well, I kind of got a heads up this morning about it. Well, not this morning. I guess more towards the afternoon. That 999 would be kind of like in the air, and then just a little before 6, I got the word that would be a no-go. So I've decided that in the stead of not doing 999 tonight, we would instead do what? There we go. That's all I want. We would instead do some more UMINEKO. So this is kind of a little bit of a last minute thing. I was gonna save this for Sunday, and maybe I might still do it Sunday. I do not know, but we'll see. After your last stream, I started reading this. Oh, nice. I'm a bit ahead of you, but you'll probably pass me by the end of the stream. Well, that's interesting. So you probably actually have the, did you do the version with all the mods and stuff, or did you just get the, just get it off of Steam and then just played? Because I have seen some playthrough of that, actually. I finally got to go back and watch you download. Oh, you did download the 07 mod. Okay, nice. Because I did finally go back and watch a streamer that I wanted to see his playthrough of, and got to watch like the first parts of it. And it's very interesting to see like the old designs and everything like that from UMINEKO, and see like how different everything looked. Seeing the CG backgrounds be like actual house pictures. It's interesting because like the old art, or I guess the original art, looks very like a little bit more expressive in certain scenes, but at the same time it feels like everybody's wearing like a tight bodysuit with their clothes. So it's interesting. It was interesting to like kind of watch that and see the differences, at least aesthetically. I couldn't pick out anything too much that was a writing difference. Well, I guess translation wise there are some things that are different, but outside of that, everything was pretty much like you know, just kind of seeing the difference. I prefer 07, but both definitely have unique styles. I do I guess it's also just because I've only played the 07, but even watching it, it's kind of like I do prefer doing this. I do wish I could switch between the CG art, but yeah, that's something I'm willing to part with. Let me make sure my AC is on because I'm actually hot. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, I was right. I was sitting there, I'm just like, why am I dying in here? And I'm like, oh yeah. I don't even have the AC on, and it's like 80-something degrees outside, ain't it? It's only 70 degrees outside, but it's like 77 in here. I need to get back to like 69. The OG sprites were drawn by the author. He's not a good artist in the traditional sense, which is fine. I don't consider myself a good artist at all. At least not yet. I want to be. But he's got real talent at facial expressions. Yeah, like that's the thing that I really liked, was that as I was watching it, anything that was like a facial expression was captured really, really well. Now I started reading it, it's even more jarring just how much the first anime episode just skips over. Wow. All right. Last we left off, geez, it's been a minute. I think the major things that happened was the family meeting had just ended. They did all their talking. Everybody had seen the portrait of Beatrice. So then the kids kind of go off and they're like, oh yeah, let's go see where the let's talk about the painting and like where all the gold is at and everything. And like everybody's giving their whole thing. Like Jessica's talking about like, oh yeah, I've gotten like this far and I was able to get to like step 2. And then George is like, oh well, I was able to get to like step 3 because I kind of assumed that maybe the location was here or whatnot. And so they're all talking about like their theories and everything, and so they kind of move on. After that, we return. Maria is like very not impressed with Battler, kind of like not really believing or combating. Well, not really combating, but like he's letting his actual feelings out, which isn't necessarily a problem. The issue with it is that what's her name, Maria doesn't can't really read between the lines and believes that this is all real, which my thought the whole time was that like, okay, like obviously like what they're leading up to with all this foreshadowing is that like, oh, she can probably actually see, and not only see, but probably speak with, or like, you know, have Beatrice speak through her or something like that, right? So then we move over to the flower garden and we're like, oh yeah, let's go look at that flower that we wanted to go take care of because it was almost dead. And Maria gets there and she is just like, where did it go? Where is it? It's here. It's right here. It's supposed to be here. And they're just like, well, it's not here. So we can go look for it somewhere else, or we can take care of it later. There's kind of like a typhoon going on right now. And no, she's just determined. She wants to find out where that flower is, and she would stay there no matter what. Her mother Rosa comes outside and is very, very upset that she will not come inside and cannot come down and won't stop going ooh. And that's where we get the scene. And after the scene happens, the kids decide to just go inside. They're like, okay, there's nothing we can really do here. We're just gonna go. And Rosa gets so upset afterwards, she just leaves her outside and says, okay, fine. You want to stay out here and be in the rain? Be my guest. And I'm just going to go inside and fuck off. So she goes inside. She fucks off. The kids are upstairs. You know, I think like an hour passes and they all come down and they meet for dinner, and then, or they're about to meet for dinner. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Maria. Oh, right. No. I don't think it happens beforehand. I think it happens afterwards. But then they're like, oh shit, Maria, right? She's like just outside. Nobody went to go get her. So they come back outside and they're like, oh, well, we thought like somebody would go get her or whatever. And then they see that she's outside, and Maria's like, she's got an umbrella and she's fine. And she's still just going, ooh, like everything's fine or whatever. Like, I think they still didn't find the flower, I believe. And as that all happened, they're like, Rose is finally just like, oh man, I was being a real bitch. Why would I ever do that? I did that to my own child. I can't believe it. I'm so sorry, Maria. And hugs her. And then she's just like, okay, well, that's weird, but you just got an umbrella. But surely she just must. And she's like, who gave it to you? She's like, oh, Beatrice did. And they're just like, okay, yeah, she doesn't know who actually gave it to her. Like it's somebody else, and she's just kind of in her own world. They go and they meet for dinner, and they start talking about the whole thing that happened. And Rose is going around and is like, I just really want to thank whoever did this. Who was the kind person that was here and did this kind act and was able to bring her an umbrella to make sure that she didn't get pneumonia and die. Everybody's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody, everybody didn't necessarily go like that, but everybody was just like, no, it wasn't me. I didn't do that. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. And so everybody denied it, and she's just like, well, look, you're not in trouble. Like I'm just trying to thank you. You know, it's like you saved my daughter. I appreciate that. And nobody owns up to it because nobody did. So they end up at dinner. They go to dinner. They're eating. They're chowing down and everything. And then after all their whole course dinner, Maria at some point pulls out. Oh, right. Beforehand, Kinzo threw his ring out of the window, which I believe is what summoned Beatrice. And so Beatrice apparently put an envelope or gave an envelope to Maria. Maria then shows it, and then all of a sudden she can speak in like perfect, clear, like no ooh, just like an adult talking English, or I guess Japanese is what it would be. But just perfect dialect the whole way through. And everybody's like, what the fuck? And so sure enough, the game is about to begin, where now all of a sudden it's like the actual the ritual was about to begin, or not the ritual. Well, I think they're talking about like I believe where they left off, it was like the letter had said that the witch will it was something about the inheritance where I think it needed to happen before Kenzo died, and them needing to find the gold beforehand, or else like it would just be like washed away or something like that. I can't remember the precise details of it, but that's where we left off. That's where we were about to jump in. Let's go. Sorry, I needed to rejar my brain. That's why I like doing recaps, because I'm like, helps me kind of remember what's going on. Cheers, everybody. I plan to probably go 3 to 4 tonight. I don't know yet, because I'm actually kind of earlier than normal for Saturday, but we will see. The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even there. I had already guessed that they had been talking like this in the shadows. Yeah, I believe that we're probably going to get close to the game starting, but I don't know yet. But I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave us all kinds of it gave all of us kids a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found. About advance payments in cash. It was so despicable. I could barely bear to watch. I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. Get the mouse off the screen. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked too much and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. I get it. Now I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I'm so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about money and the inheritance. How can they act like that right out in the open? Well, I'm already completely disillusioned with my old bastard. There's no way I can think any worse of him. That's exactly the same for me. Still, that freaking shocked me. Shocked me to the core. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she had never really felt that way deep inside. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear. Oh, sorry, hang on a second. There's something in my... Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. You're all minors being supported by your parents, so you might not understand. But getting money is neither a simple nor a pretty thing. I won't try to force you to understand right now since you're still kids. But even so, I want you to realize that your parents are doing their best in their own way. Oh, great. George Aniki's gotten all mature. George Nisan, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society. But does that mean you turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like your parents when you start talking about money and assets? I really do hate that term, full-fledged member of society, because that sounds so dehumanizing.
自分だけの話だったらそんなことはしたくないよ。
If it were only for if it were for my if it were only for my benefit, then no, I wouldn't want to do that.
でも家族や社員、部下やその家族の生活を背負ったら
However, when your family and your
戦わなければ
own
ならない
your
時も
employees, your subordinates, and their families are all counting on you, there are some times when you must fight.
私はそんな戦い嫌だぜ。
I hate that kind of fight.
小さな遺産がどうのこうのなんて話、ヘドが出るぜ。
That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance just makes me want to puke. Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear.
もうこの話はやめようぜ。
Let's stop talking about this.
じい様の隠し黄金がどうのこうの、財産だ遺産だって話は親たちの問題で俺たちの問題じゃないさ。
All this about grandfather's hidden gold, property, and inheritance is our parents' problem, not ours.
僕も同感だよ。
I agree.
せめて気を利かせて親たちの話し合いを邪魔しないのが
At the very
子供
least,
の
I
務め
think
だ
the
と思うね。
children have a duty to be considerate and staying out of their parents' ways when they're talking together.
なんだか面白くねえぜ。
Not when you're about to be involved in a death game. Sounds pretty boring. Everyone knows the phrase "adults are filthy," but we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. Reading this actually reminded me a lot of my own family on my mom's side, very upper middle class and obedient to social conventions. Stuff like how to set the table was treated like diffusing a bruh, like the importance of making your bed every single day, and you know when you come to dinner, what like side of the like your fork must be on this side and your knife must be here, you know, to make sure that every like it's so out of touch, and it's so played to the idea that like if you're not like civilized or you're not exhibiting what is considered what should be the normal behavior, you're less than. And that was a lot for me growing up because I was, you know, I didn't grow up upper middle class. I grew up lower middle class, maybe poor. But a lot of the things that I was taught how to live in an upper middle class society, which fucking sucked because that really made it difficult at times to like, even though I had lived in a very similar situation as like everybody around me and my neighbors and whatnot, I was taught I need to get out of this. Like I needed to get out of there and go make it. And you know, I'm thankful at least for like the education part of it and like learning a lot and understanding a lot and knowing how to navigate like a lot of phases of life. But at the end of the day, a lot of that I learned is stuff where now like it's seen as like, that's so stupid. Why are we doing that? This is silly. And we all look back at this now and we look at it like it's silly. Like who like I still remember growing up and the idea was that like, you know, when you graduate college and you get a degree and then you meet your wife and then, you know, you're going to settle down and you're going to have your big house with the white picket fence. That's always what it is. Big house with the white picket fence. It'll be you and your family. You live your late days together. And you know you'll have your job. It'll take care of you for the rest of your life. And like that's just not a reality anymore. That's not a real thing. Like it's very funny that like millennials were brought up under that idea that that's what was supposed to happen. And it's like the reality is like a lot of us are just living in apartments and you know pursuing. You know, if you know the jobs aren't just absolutely crushing your soul, you know, pursuing our own interests and you know just trying to live this dream that we never got and live the life that we have always wanted, but we can't get, and getting whatever like little bits of enjoyment that we possibly fucking can out of it. It sucks. It really drew a contrast to me of like. You know, when I got to college, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm as smart, if not smarter, than some of my peers here in college, right? Like, I'm here. I can, on an academic level, I'm on the same level as these people. The difference, however, is like when I would go to like their places, it's like, I could go to their house and like their family's got like, like a big house where it's like, okay, they got the basement and stuff where it's like, hey, you kids want to just go down there? And it's like their basement actually has like, it has use and like you can actually do things in there. They have like a pool in their backyard. They've got like, they've got like stuff that I would see that's like on a TV sitcom. I could never bring them to my neighborhood. I couldn't do that. You know what I mean? It's like, what are we going to do? We're going to chill out and this is our apartment. All we really kind of got is just like a living room in here that like you can really hang out in, play PlayStation. But this feels awkward now because I'm like, when you're around kids in like your own neighborhood and it's just like, yeah, like we're all living in this. So like, that's understandable. But I didn't want to be seen as like lesser because of it. So nobody was ever coming to me to my place. This never happened. But it really, really kind of hit home of just like, when I get out of college, I'm still going to have an uphill fight. Whereas when they get out of college, that fight's not the same. And, like if they fail or if they fall, like not even fail, they fall short, right? There's some sort of backup there and it's going to be okay. If I fall short, that's it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, well, I failed and I have everything just kind of, it just, I don't know. It's a whole thing. This is making me think of all that. I don't mean to derail that hard. I sympathize. I was the one in the big house. My friends with smaller homes always seemed happier. Yeah. Yeah. George on the key was now pretty much an adult, and I had already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she received a bigger blow than I'd thought. She always talked badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. It's like I say, like I even hate the way that I talk sometimes because I was taught to unlearn to speak quote unquote slang. I can't slur words. I can't. You don't use the word ain't. Like certain words I couldn't use. So I have this really weird thing where it's like it sounds like I have like an upper class upbringing, but it's like no, like it's not there. It's not there at all. She always talks bad about her parent. Always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed it all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. Oh yeah, growing up in the South adds a different level. My mom explicitly made sure I did. Yeah, a lot of that was really, really pushed down, and I feel like during I don't know if that was all during life, like all during American history, but like it felt especially heavy in like the 80s and the 90s, where it was just kind of like, you don't want to sound like this, do you? No, you want to seem, dignified. You're supposed to wear like suits and stuff to these events. You're supposed to go and look presentable. And it's just like, fuck off. Nobody cares. like it turns out that like, us growing up now, it's just kind of like who really cares? This is stupid. And I'm at least glad that society has gotten to that point to understand that those things really do not matter at all. What's up, holy cow? What's going on? The game had brought up something about like an adjusted member of society or a contributor to society or something like that, and we ended up getting on a topic about like class and whatnot. Then her parents started raging about going, money, inheritance, my money. I need money and I need it now. Called J.G. Wentworth right in front of all of the other parents and children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that. My fault for derailing? No, it's not your fault. I also chimed in on that. I think I actually started it. I chimed in and then don't feel bad. I derail all the time. Jessica-chan.
どうかお父さんとお母さんのことを嫌いにならないで。
Please don't start hating your mother and father. Yeah, and it's like on top of that too, it's like, you know, it's interesting that like somebody from the South can have that experience, and it's just like I grew up in a city in the Northeast, and still like there's parallels.
理解しろとまでは言わないから、せめてどうか嫌いにならないであげて。
I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them.
分かってるよ。少し放っておいてくれよ。
I get it. Just leave me alone for a bit. 6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected, but I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left.
そういえば、マリアちゃんはどこに行ったんだろう。
Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went.
多分まだ肖像画の前でいじけてるんだろうぜ。
She's probably pouting in front of the portrait, which would make sense. Maria truly looked up to witches, and she expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. No. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. I mean, I get it. It's because it's a witch, but I mean, come on. Even for me, it was hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George, Aniki, and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain in the dark night.
台風はどんな感じなんだろうね。
I wonder what's happening with that typhoon.
ニュースをやってないかな。
Maybe there's something about it on the news. George Aniki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the television, I loitered around the window.
そんなに風は出てなさそうだけど、海の上はひどいのかしらね。
The wind hasn't picked up that much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea.
天気予報では暴風警報も聞いてたんだけど。
I didn't hear about a severe storm warning on the weather report.
キリエさんか。
キリエさん。
大人たちの積もる話はどんな感じなんすか？
I take it those big talks between the adults are going smoothly, yeah? No. She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Oh. Kirie-san shrugged.
この胃の痛くなる話は徹夜で続くのかしら。
I too spend most of my days loitering. I would love to just loiter around. I wonder if that stomachache of a discussion will continue all night.
嫌になるわ。
It's not going to be fun. Kirie, I hope you stay alive.
まあ、せいぜいよろしく。じい様の財産分配について、ハゲタカごっこをお楽しみくださいってんだ。
Well then, please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as you like.
最低の気分だぜ。
I feel sick.
それに関しては同感よ。
I'll agree with you on that.
バトラ君みたいに席が外せるなら、私もそうしたいわ。
If I could just slip away like you, I'd do it.
でもそうもいかない。
Unfortunately, I can't. I am an adult and married to, you know, the third.
たとえ発言権がなくてもね。
Even if I'm not allowed to speak.
パートナーも大変よ。
We spouses have it pretty rough too. Yeah, you do. Nazi, he can confirm. Kirie-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kirie-san speak since she's only married into the family. Still, as dad's partner, she had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She probably had to bear the full brunt of his mental pressure more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being.
どんな感じなんすか？
So, how does it look now?
相変わらず謎の魔女ベアトリーチェの話題で持ちきりですか？
Are you still stuck on the topic of the mysterious witch Beatrice?
まあね。
More or less.
あの人たちはおじい様が亡くなった時の遺産分配について兄弟4人で話をまとめようとずっと密約を重ねてきた。
Those four siblings are always piling up secret agreements when they come together to discuss the division of grandfather's inheritance. No, they don't let her speak because of that. They don't. Oh, that's right. You know what? That's fair because Hideyoshi does talk, and Hideyoshi talks a lot. Occasionally, on the rare occasion they'll say something, but like for the most part, he's like, you know, the second that fuck, I'm forgetting her name. Hang on here. No, not you. No, yes, you. Yeah, the second that Ava starts talking, and he's just like, yeah, no, like Ava's right, and you know, we gotta. They're just like, you know, like he's allowed. It's like it's totally fine. Yeah, no, Kyrie being a woman is it absolutely does play against her as well.
そこへ未知の5人目が現れて話をややこしくしようっていうんだから穏便な話なわけもないわ。
I think that's why I specifically said Natsuhi. Now that I think about it, I think that's why I said, yeah, Natsuhi had it rough too, because I didn't even think for a second. I forgot that Hideyoshi was also, you know, like married for a moment. They're saying that some unknown fifth person has appeared and is trying to make things even more complicated, and there's no way that'll make for a peaceful conversation.
互いを罵り合ったりかと思えば共闘しようってことになったり。
Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they'll set up a common front.
夏日姉さんでなくても頭痛がしてくるところよ。
Natsuhi-san's not the only one getting headaches. On the one hand, they all wanted a larger portion than the other siblings, so they were all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want one yen to be snatched up by another by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also all allies. I haven't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations, setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. Lame. I mean, not lame in terms of story. Like this makes a lot of sense in story. Just lame though in reality. They would go this far to preserve their shares. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just have to acknowledge the resilience.
ってことは、さしずめ。
So basically,
ベアトリーチはじい様からの資格ってとこですかね。
Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather.
自分抜きで遺産の分配なんて話を勝手に進めてた息子たちに。
They probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance without him. I don't think that's exactly it, but
何者かしらね、ベアトリーチェって。
who is this Beatrice, I wonder?
自称してることが全て本当なら、今日まで誰にも知られずにいた謎の人物で、しかもおじい様の隠し黄金の存在を知っていて。
If everything she claims is true, then she's a mystery figure that no one knew about until today, and she also knows about grandfather's hidden gold.
その上、当主の指輪まで委ねられている。
On top of that, she was even entrusted with the head's ring.
相当に信頼された人物ね。
She must have truly have been trusted by him.
さすがにほうきにまたがった魔女だとは思わないっすけど。
Well, obviously, I don't think she's a witch riding around on a broom.
でも、魔女と呼ぶに値する怪人物であることは間違いないっすね。
But there's no doubt she's a mysterious person who's earned the right to be called a witch.
マリアちゃんがそのあたりのことを詳しく話してくれればいいのだけど。
If only Maria-chan would go into more detail about that.
みんな小さい子にがっつきすぎだわ。
Everyone's been smothering her, even though she's a little girl. It's been a very rough day for her. And we're only at like 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock.
すっかり怯えてしまって、聞けるものも聞けなくなってしまった。
They really scared her, and some things they might have asked now can't be
あ
asked.
の人たち、北風と太陽とか読んだことないのかしら。
I wonder if those people have ever read The North Wind and the Sun.
確かなのは、マリアがベアトリーチェと名乗る人物から手紙を受け取ったこと。
What we do know is that Maria received a letter from a person who took the name Beatrice.
自分で現れて直接話せばいいものを、手紙を託して今もどこかに身を潜めているっていうシャイな怪人物ですけどね。
She sure is shy for a mysterious person, entrusting Maria with a letter and hiding away even now, when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. No. Why would a witch do that?
ねえ、バトラ君。
Hey, Battler-kun.
ベアトリーチェなんて人物が本当にいると思う？
Do you really think a person called Beatrice actually exists? Too Long didn't read A North Wind and the Sun is an Aesop table about how it is easy to manipulate people by being subtle and using brute force. I didn't know what that was, and that's why I just ran right over it. I was like, I thought maybe it would be like a Japanese tale that I've never heard of before, but okay, it makes sense.
さあ
Who knows?
あくまでも偽名じゃないっすかね。
Doesn't it really seem like a false name?
じい様の代理人としてその妄想の中の魔女の名を名乗ることを許された。
Like she's grandfather's representative, so she was given permission to take the name of the witch from his delusions.
そうじゃなくて、
No, that's not what I meant.
今この六軒島には全部で18人いるの。
Right now, there's a total of 18 people here on Rokenji. 18? No, yeah, she's right. She's right.
19人目が存在すると思う？
The beware of the 19th person. Fucking the Mukuro Ikasaba. Look out! Watch out for her. Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers, and it really did come out to that many.
19人目が存在すると思うって。
Do I think that a 19th person exists?
どういう意味ですか？
What exactly do you mean?
言葉通りの意味よ。
Just what I said. Think about it, Battler. There was somebody who gave Maria an umbrella. Somebody that gave her a letter. Maybe what she's getting at is that Beatrice, the 19th person on the island, lurking somewhere in this island. Watch out for her. Perfect. There it is.
マリアちゃんに傘を貸した人物は私たち18人の中にはいないらしい。
The person who lent Maria that umbrella supposedly... Okay, yeah, I said this.
なら19人目がいて、その人物がマリアちゃんに傘を貸したと思うのが妥当じゃないの？
So isn't it natural to assume that a 19th person exists and that this person lent Maria the umbrella?
ま、そうなりますね。
Well, yeah, it sure looks that way.
ならその人物は今どこにいるの？
Then, where exactly is this person now?
少なくとも雨が降り出した瞬間には島にいた。
At the very least, she must have been on the island when it started
そ
raining.
してその後はどんどん天気は悪化して、とても船なんか出せない状態。
And ever since that time, the weather has grown progressively worse. So taking a boat out would be pretty much
と
impossible.
なれば、その人物はまだ島の中にいて、どこかで雨宿りをしていなくてはならない。
And in that case, that person must still be on the island, hiding from the rain somewhere.
私たち誰の目にも触れずね。
And without any of us spotting her.
確かに。俺たちは屋敷やゲストハウスの中を勝手にうろつき回ってましたが、誰も19人目なんかには会ってないわけですよね。
True, we've all been randomly prowling around all over the mansion and the guest house, but no one has bumped into a 19th person.
でもまあ、これだけの広さのある島ですし、
But this island is huge.
屋敷やゲストハウス以外に雨宿りできるところだってあるのかも。
There might be other places to take shelter from the rain other than the mansion and the guest house. At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kyrie-san's suspicions were taking us in. Kyrie was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought somehow we knew well. She thought someone we knew well was tricking us.
ベアトリーチェが自称する通りなら、その人物は間違いなく最高の賓客よ。
If Beatrice is who she claimed, she would surely be the most honored of guests.
おじい様が信頼する最高の腹心。
The most honored of confidants trusted by
そん
grandfather.
な人物をおじい様が歓待しないわけがない。
There's no way grandfather wouldn't give that kind of person a warm reception, and you're absolutely correct.
お屋敷に迎え入れないわけはないのよ。
She would surely have been ushered into the mansion.
でも、私たちは誰も見ていない。
Yet. However, we haven't seen anyone like that.
待ってくださいよ。それはちょいと請求な推理じゃないですか。
Wait a minute. Isn't this line of reasoning a bit too hasty?
確かに。誰の目にも触れてはいないけれど。だからって19人目を否定することにはならないんじゃないですか？
Sure, no one spotted this person, but that doesn't mean that you can deny the possibility of a 19th person exists, right?
何かの理由があって、こっそり上陸してずっと隠れているのかも。
Maybe for some reason they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since.
悪魔の証明ってやつっすよ。
Oh, okay. They actually use the Japanese word for devil. It's what they call a devil's proof.
いることを証明するのはたやすい。
It's easy to prove that something exists.
ベアトリーチェってやつが俺たちの前に現れて挨拶すりゃ解決する。
This Beatrice appears in front of all of us and says hi, then it's settled. Yes. Yes, holy cow.
でも19人目がいないことを証明するのは不可能っすよ。
I happened to catch it because I was waiting to hear out to see if they were gonna say like Devu. I don't know how, I forget how these get pronounced. But I was waiting for that. I was basically waiting for like Romaji to happen, and it did not happen. I skipped a line of dialogue. Beatrice appears in front of all of us and says hi, and then it's settled, but it's impossible to prove there's no 19th person. Yes.
バトラ君の推理の仕方は悪くないわ。
Battle-kun, your way of reasoning isn't bad.
現在の状況では19人目の存在を認めるにも否定するにも情報が足りない。
In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny that a 19th person exists.
でもね、チェス盤をひっくり返して考えると、ほぼ19人目はありえないって断言できちゃうのよ。
But if you spin the chessboard around and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty. Spin the chessboard around was one of the Kirie-san's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and used them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hand. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes.
いい？
You see?
仮に19人目の人物としてベアトリーチェが実在したとして、
Let's say that a 19th person called Beatrice actually exists, okay?
その人物は誰にも知られることなく、こっそりとこの島に上陸し、ずっと隠れていた。
That person must have managed without being seen by anyone to stealthily arrive on this island and remain hidden ever since. You see, but you're using this thing called you're applying the human condition to a witch.
何かの理由があってね。
Devil's proof, or probatio diabolica in Latin, is an actual legal term. I did not know that, but I do know that that's what that translates to, so that would make sense. Maybe, well, literally does it translate like that? Black shot, yeah, I mean, close enough, yes, but you would, if you were to speak to someone in English, the devil's proof, yes. Maybe that had some reason, okay?
ならどうしてわざわざ姿を現してマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したの？
In that case, why did they go to all the trouble of appearing before Mario and handing her the letter? It really was a contradiction. Let me reread that. Maybe they had some reason, okay? In that case, why did they go to all the trouble of appearing before Mario and handing her the letter? I mean, yeah, but it's easier to say Bigfoot exists because you can't prove he doesn't. Yeah. It's the God argument too. It's just like, well, yeah, you can say God exists because then all of a sudden, God exists. I mean, it's just like, well, I haven't seen him. It's like, well, you can't prove he doesn't exist. It's like, well, I mean, yeah, but like, what do you want me to do? Like, there's no evidence here to really say that he exists either, but you know, because you've set the ground rules for that. Bigfoot 2, well, yeah, well, I haven't seen him. It's like, yeah, it's like, well, what the fuck do you want me to do? It basically works like this. How do you prove a demon exists? You bring a demon and show it. How do you prove a demon doesn't exist? Do you have omnipresence to scour the whole world and prove it doesn't exist? It's way harder to prove something doesn't exist than proving it exists. Yes. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's what is it? It's similar to, but not quite the same thing. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Who said that? Because I read that from a Chris Hedges book. What is it? I'm actually looking it up now. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Oh, that's right. The fucking I forgot that it's also referenced in the Boondocks because it's the first thing that came up. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Yes. That is insane that I'm the first thing that comes up is the Boondocks, and it's just all about the Boondocks at that point. But similar concepts, but yeah, basically it's just like, well, prove that this thing doesn't exist is way harder than proving something that does exist, because it's like, you know, we know it's there. It really was a contradiction. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, they should have stayed hidden the whole time. You know, it's just like if I were to be like, you know, here I'm drinking a water bottle right now. I'm drinking from a water bottle right now, and they're like, approve it, and I'm like, you hear that? It's like a liquid sound, right? And it's just like, well, we don't know if it's water or not. Okay, well then I'll take a sip from it, and I'll go like, you hear that? Why would I drink something that's not like a liquid or something like that? And it's like, well, we don't know if that liquid's water. And then it's like, then I actually take a snapshot of it, and I'm like, here, this is me drinking water. And it's just like, well, you don't, like, yeah, like I can actually prove that. But like, if I then go and say like, you know, like this thing that does it, it's a quote Sagan said, but not the originator. Yeah, Carl Sagan did also say, where I heard it from was a Christopher Hedges book that I had to read in college? No, high school, actually. Called War is a Force That Gives Us Meaning. And it talked a lot about American war. God, I'll go on for an hour if I start getting into that book. But, yeah, it's, yeah, I don't know who actually came up with that quote, to be honest. Anyway, but even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Then, wait, Maria said it herself. She said the witch made her a messenger. Oh yeah, that's right. Maybe that's because Maria was the youngest and looked the most obedient. Why would they need a messenger? She's a witch. See, you okay? Okay. That's also fair. She's arguing from the standpoint that like, well, witches aren't real. This is a person, and we're arguing this on the basis that this is a 19th person, not some mystical force. Which, you know, her argument is sound in that regard, but you know, we're dealing with a witch here. If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings, no one would be able to ignore it. There was no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hand. Yeah. It does sound pretty weird.
そもそもベアトリーチェが存在していて、その存在をアピールしたいなら、みんなの前に堂々と姿を現せばいいだけの話。
But what's the fun in that, Kyrie? In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, then she could have just openly presented herself to all of us.
なのに現れず、マリアちゃんという小さな子を通して、おぼろげな輪郭だけでその存在を主張しようとする曖昧さ。
Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl called Maria-chan and only gave us a vague impression of who she was. Contradiction.
もっと考えて。
Let's go a little deeper, shall we?
マリアちゃんの前に姿を現し、19人目の存在を印象づけるという点と、
She appeared in front of Maria trying to give us the impression that a 19 person existed, and yet
今この瞬間も私たちの前に姿を現さず隠れ続けている点。
she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment.
これらの矛盾。
Think about those contradictions.
これを念頭に置いた上で、 チェス盤をひっくり返すの。
You've got to keep these things in mind when you spin the chessboard around.
つまり19人目の人物としてベアトリーチェがいると印象付けたい人物の目論見は何かよ。
I would marry the fuck out of Kyrie. I'm just putting that out there. Cute, very smart. Well, I don't know if smart is the word. She's just very, very quick to think. Like she can diagnose situations and like break them down very, very well. And Kyrie I feel like is somebody that like, I feel like not necessarily like an argument is the word I'm looking for here, but like I feel like I could have a discussion with her for hours every day, and it would be fun. Yeah, I'm putting it out there. Kyrie is my wife. That's waifu.
姿を隠したい人物ならその存在をアピールするわけがない。
If this person wants to hide, then they wouldn't have made their presence known.
そして姿を現したい人物なら手紙を託すなんて遠回しをするわけがない。
And if they wanted to show themselves, they wouldn't have used the roundabout approach of entrusting someone with a letter.
ってことは
Which means
簡単よ。
it's simple.
ベアトリーチェは18人の中にいるのよ。
Beatrice is one of the 18 people. I mean, that would support my theory that that Beatrice is like basically going through Maria's body to do all this. I wonder if Kyrie is going to arrive at that same conclusion, because I don't think the way that she's going does not sound like she's going down like a channeling is happening avenue. I almost want to say that she's implying that someone is impersonating, but I don't know yet. What is when they cry other than a VN? I don't know. I think it's referring to the sound that the seagulls make. That's why they're saying when the seagulls cry or when they cry. Because they did talk about that. I think it was either during the boat scene or like when or before they got. It was basically when they were somewhere near the water. They were discussing that.
だからこそ18人以外の人物が存在するような幻想を作り出しているのよ。
That's why they want to create the illusion that there are more than 18 people.
これ見よがしな19人目のアピール。
The Japanese title literally translates to "When the Seagulls Cry." Okay. The 19th person was revealed so spectacularly.
それで得をするのは姿を潜めた19人目じゃない。
The other series, Higurashi, translates to "When the Cicadas Cry." Okay, Gap, can you confirm this? Or someone in chat who has played through the UMINEKO series, or maybe even played Higurashi too, because this would also help my question. I've heard that apparently Higurashi is somehow even more plot heavy or writing heavy and worse in terms of like the pervertedness and what is done in it. Is that actually true? So in a way, is UMINEKO like a better written work than Higurashi in that regard?
すでにいる18人の方なのよ。
It'd be one of the original 18 people.
もちろんこの推理は穴だらけ。
Of course, this reasoning is full of
いく
holes.
つかの前提がひっくり返るだけですぐに崩れる脆いものだけど、
If you turn over even a few of its premises, it'll simply fall apart.
私はほぼ間違いないと見てるわ。
But I'm almost completely certain it's correct. Higurashi does have a lot of lolicon humor, I'm afraid. Well, then that confirms it. This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly none of the 18 did this. I only knew that because I was rewatching that stream that I wanted to catch up on and didn't get a chance to see, because I know that they're not as far ahead as where I am. So it was cool to like actually watch it. And then somebody in their chat had mentioned that, and so now I wanted to be like, okay, hang on, I needed to confirm that. C game to not touch the. Haven't read Higurashi, but I hear people talking about it a lot more than UMINEKO. Higurashi is a name, so I knew the names Higurashi and UMINEKO. I didn't know exactly what they were, so I did not know that both of those were visual novels. I thought they were animes, which they might have actually gotten anime adaptations, but I did not know. So I didn't know like what. Higurashi has an actual good anime adaptation and has more mainstream appeal. Then that's probably why I knew Higurashi more as a name. UMINEKO was kind of felt more culty. But I didn't know that UMINEKO came after Higurashi, though. UMINEKO is only slightly longer at 1,152,480 words, as opposed to the fast read of 1,111,705 words of Higurashi. Just think, somebody in their lifetime output essentially like 2 Bibles, 3 Bibles even, with that many words. That's like saying I'm gonna write the Bible 3 times, but it's gonna be my own story. Supposedly none of the 18 did this, and yet Beatrice was hidden among those 18. What was this person planning? Hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice.
マリアちゃんの自作自演も疑ったんだけど、文章の内容が非常に手が込んでて、マリアちゃんが自前で用意したとは考えがたい。
How many words were in Tolkien? I actually have no idea. That was also hilarious. I got to shock someone because they said, "Man, I just found out today Tolkien's dead." I kind of laughed and I went, yeah, he's probably been dead for like 50 years now. He was born in the 1800s. And they were like, what? I was like, yeah, Tolkien's like old. He's been dead for like 60 years. Yeah, he had to have died. I think he died in the 70s. Yeah, Tolkien's been dead for a hot minute. Tolkien was dead before, the Lord of the Ring movies came out. He's been dead for okay. So I was 51 years. He's been dead since 1973. Yeah, and if I'm correct, he was born in the 1800s. Then there's this ongoing 3rd series, When the Storks Cry. I don't want to know what that one's about. We be getting babies involved. Battler was allowed to have kids, which was on hiatus because of unfortunate stuff that happened in real life that happened to mirror something that happened in the game. Ooh. I suspected it might have been Maria-chan play acting, but the contents of the message were extremely complicated. It's hard to imagine that Maria-chan writing that herself. Yeah, that's...
でも、マリアちゃんが何者かと共謀している可能性も否定できないわ。
However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria-chan is working together with someone. Who?
おいおい、マリアは9歳のお子様だぜ。
Yeah, she's 9 years old, right? Yeah, like, hang on. Each When They Cry series is completely independent of each other, but has Easter eggs of the previous one. Ah.
誰と何を共謀するってんだよ。
What could she possibly be planning, and with whom?
しかも愚直で真面目で素直なあの性分だぜ。
What about her straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature?
ええ。私もマリアちゃんの性分はよく理解しているわ。
Yes, I also understand what kind of person Maria-chan
で
is.
も、だからこそあり得ると思うの。
But that's exactly why I think it's possible. Okay, I'm intrigued. It hit me because I'm not following.
魔女に憧れ、その存在を盲信している夢見がちな少女。
That girl's a dreamer who can't help but look up to and blindly accept the existence of witches,
そ
okay?
こにベアトリーチェと名乗る人物が現れて魔女だと名乗ったら、彼女はそれを大喜びで鵜呑みにして信じるんじゃないかしら。
Okay, this tracks for Kyrie, because I was going to say, I was like, so then her thinking then has to be that somebody is impersonating. Okay, so she's confirmed that now. So if a person appeared in front of her and claimed to be the witch, Maria-chan would also would happily swallow it up, I think. Umineko also has an anime. I have heard about this, and apparently it no bueno.
つまりあの肖像画のごついドレスを着て変装すればマリアを騙すことは難しくないと。
So you're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress from the portrait, tricking Mario wouldn't be that hard? Yeah, actually, yes. Actually, yeah. You know, when you say it out loud like that, you make Kyrie's point sound very, very valid.
その論法になっちゃうと私たち女性陣はみんな疑われちゃうことになるんだけどね。
Of course, with that reasoning, all of us women would become the primary suspects. I don't know, man. Maybe we're on some Shakespeare shit.
とにかくマリアちゃんが何者に出会ったのか
Anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter?
それの詳細を聞くことがこの謎を解く一番にして最も身近な鍵なのよ。
Learning the details of that question would be the best key to solving this riddle. Which is also funny. I might have this wrong. I haven't done theater in a long time, so somebody please correct me if I'm wrong on this. The reason why, in theater for Shakespeare, now that I'm bringing this up, Shakespeare theater plays had like men playing the women characters, is because you couldn't have women actually working in theater and like performing. I believe that was actually like genuinely illegal, which is why they had to have like men play those roles. Which is funny when people are like, we're doing it true to, you know, like what a Shakespeare play is like. Which, like, yes, that is truly how it would have been done. But I think having that context there is also important. That's correct. Okay, cool. I know for a fact that that was a rule back in ancient Greece, but I don't remember when it stopped. Yeah, I don't know when it stopped either. Anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter? Learning the details of that question would be the best key to solving this riddle.
しかしその鍵は少女の心の奥に堅くなに閉ざされてしまったわ。
But this key has been firmly locked away inside Maria-chan's heart.
みんなが頭ごなしに魔女の存在を否定し、一体その人物は誰なのかと問い詰めすぎた。
Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, barraging her too much with questions about who Beatrice actually was.
マリアちゃんは当分大人には心を開かないでしょうね。
She probably won't open her heart to the adults now. In the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing. The main character has arrived, everybody. No one believes I met Beatrice. Even though I showed them the letter Beatrice gave me, they still don't believe me. Isn't it kind of wild that the two people who are infatuated with Beatrice, right, is Kinzo and Maria. And yet Kinzo genuinely despises Maria. Anyway, Maria-chan's holding the key.
ベアトリーチェが18人の中にいるのか、19人目なのか、それを知る鍵をね。
The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18 people or a 19th person.
マリアは頑固だぜ。
Maria's stubborn, right?
あいつ、へそを曲げるとなかなか機嫌を直さないからな。
When that girl gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better.
大人の私より子供のバトラ君の方が機嫌を直せる確率は高そうよ。
Battler-kun, I think a kid like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me.
彼女の機嫌が直ったら聞いてみて。
After she's feeling better, try asking.
遺産分配がどうのこうのって話には関心ないけど。
I know you don't care about this back and forth about the inheritance.
こんな王道洋館ミステリーみたいなシチュエーションにはワクワクしちゃわない？
I do, actually. That's why I'm waiting for us to get there. But don't you find this Western Mansion mystery situation exciting?
マリアちゃんに手紙を渡した人物は一体誰なのか。
Who in the world is this person who gave Maria-chan the letter?
知的好奇心がうずくわ。
It makes your intellectual curiosity ache.
うんざりするような金の話に付き合わされてもワクワクとは実にタフなことだぜ。
Considering you're still excited after being dragged through that endless money talk.
大人はすげえや。
Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperatedly, but I did notice something. Kyrie noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to clear the air, and yet she actually engaged with you on a genuine subject that you were interested in. At the very least, I'd recover enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother. That doesn't matter, so I never felt like calling her mom. You can still call her mom, but it did make me think she's a real adult.
Oh, ガキども、ここにいたのか。
Hey, brats, so this is where you were.
キリエも長え化粧直しじゃねえか。
Kirie, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you?
俺も次からは化粧をしてくることにするぜ。
Think I'll make a habit of going out to touch up my makeup too.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, your shit was really boring.
女の化粧は長いのよ。
A woman's makeup takes a long time.
どう？
So,
兄弟水入らずの話し合いは。
how has the discussion been without me?
さぞや和気あいあいとしてるだろうよ。
I'm sure everything was all peaceful and harmonious. Kirie-san poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow.
一度頭を冷やそうってことで小休止さ。
We decided to break to cool our heads a little.
こりゃ夜通しになりそうだぜ。
It looks like we'll be at it all night.
泣けてくれ。
Makes me want to cry. His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal energetic self.
しかしひでえ雨だな。
Still, that range is awful.
ゲストハウスに戻るのも嫌になるぜ。
I really don't want to go back to that guest house.
夏日姉さんが屋敷で泊まれるよう準備してくれたらしい。
It looks like Natsuhine-san set things up so we could spend the night here in the mansion.
どうする？
What do we do?
3階になった時に考えてもいいんじゃない？
We don't need to decide until you're done, right?
部屋に戻る体力もなくなってたら、その時はお世話になりましょうよ。
If you run so low on energy that you can't return to our room, then we can take them up on that their offer.
そうだな。
You're right.
その時に考えりゃいいか。
We can think about it later.
バトラーはどうする？
What about you, Battler?
俺がいちゃお邪魔だろうからよ。
If I stayed, I'd just get in the way.
気使って向こうに戻るぜ。
I'll be nice and go back over there.
そうか。
Let me see.
すぐ戻るのか。
Will you go back soon?
さあな。
I don't know.
一人で戻ったって寂しいしよ。
It'd be lonely to head back by myself.
子供全員で揃って帰ることにするぜ。
I'll gather all the kids and we'll head out.
そうだな。
Okay.
そうするといい。
You go do that.
それでバトラー。
Also, Battler,
お前今夜はそうは簡単には寝ないだろう。
you won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right?
多分いとこたちとおしゃべりしてるだろうからな。
Okay, surely something insane happens at night. Yeah, I'll probably be up talking with the cousins.
夜更かししそうな気配はあるぜ。
Sounds like we'll be up all night.
それがどうかしたのかよ。
Is there a problem with that?
そうか。
I see.
もし大人たちの会議が終わってお前がまだ起きてたらちょいと家族でしたい話があるんだ。
If you're still awake when the adults' discussion is over, I want to have a little talk as a family. Uh-oh.
なんだよ。
Oh, what?
柄にもねえな。
That doesn't sound like you. Apparently, Kirie-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kirie-san didn't have a clue what Dad meant either.
キリエにも聞いてもらいたい話だ。
I also want to talk to you about it, Kirie.
後で話すから今は聞くな。
I'll tell you later, so don't ask now.
頼む。
Please. I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're going to have to talk as a family? Both Kirie-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
そうビビった顔すんなよ。
Don't look so
ビ
terrified.
ビてえのは俺の方なんだ。
I'm the one who should be terrified.
何しろ。
After all. At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad.
気持ち悪いぜ親父。
You're freaking me out, Dad.
今家族は全員揃ってるじゃねえかよ。
Everyone in our family's gathered here now, right?
もったいぶらずに言えよ。
Don't make a big deal out of it and spit it out.
俺は多分
Tonight,
今夜
I will probably die?
殺されるだろう。
Ah, be killed. Okay, close enough. There was a huge crash of thunder. Okay, we've been going about an hour. All right, let's take a quick minute break here. I'm gonna go get some soda water because I need it. Everybody get up, stretch for a second. Since our boy's gonna die soon, he's gonna be killed. Somebody's coming and gonna go murder. And I'll be right back. Hello. Your favorite streamer is back. Hope you've enjoyed the nice little it goes on and off. The rain sound effect apparently has an interesting loop. There we go. All right. There was a huge crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out that he looked like a different person.
Huh?
What?
何言ってんだよ、ガラでもね。
What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you.
同感よ。
I agree.
どうしたの？
What
急に
happened?
弱気ね。
You look so timid all of a sudden.
あなたらしくもない。
It's not like you.
俺も化粧直しに行ってくる。
I'm gonna go fix my makeup too. And when I say go fix my makeup, I won't be here for a while. And when I say I won't be here for a while, I'm gonna die.
ついてくんなよ。
Don't follow me. Dad turned away weakly. After that, only Kyrie and I were left, still wide-eyed.
なんだってんだ。
What did he say?
今夜殺される？
Tonight he'll be killed?
まさか。あの妙な手紙のせいで、親父ビビっちまったのか？
You don't think that mysterious letter scared him, do you?
連続殺人者の映画の見過ぎだぜ。
He's been watching too many serial murder movies. Kyrie-san didn't answer my lighthearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back.
バトラ君はルドルフさんに今話せと言ったら話さず立ち去った。
Battler-kun, when you told Rudolph-san to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us
みん
anything.
なに話すことがあると言い出しながら答えなかった。
Even though he said he had something to say to both of us, he didn't answer you.
どうして？
Why?
チェス盤をひっくり返す。
Spin the chessboard around. He's really going to die.
すると
What do you see?
話すと言っておきながら話せない矛盾。
Well, when you said you wanted to talk, but then couldn't, that's a contradiction.
なんすかね。親父側から見ると何か見えてきますか？
No, that's wrong. And instead, in Battler's brain, when it's time to spin the chessboard around, it's thinking time. What can you see? What can you see something by looking from Dad's perspective?
ええ、見えるわよ。
Yes, I can see something.
話したいことがある。
He wants to talk about. Well, yeah, of course he does.
でも自分から言い出す勇気がない。
However, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up.
だから追ってきて俺に話しかけて聞き出してくれ。
He
が
actually
正解ね。
he actually means chase after me, talk to me, and ask me about it yourself. Oh, that would make sense. Yes. Okay. I was joking around with the hi. Just gonna go and go kill myself now. Oh, sorry, not kill myself. I'm gonna go die now. And instead, it's oh right. I'm going to go put on my makeup. Yeah. Go to the bathroom with him.
ついてくるなも逆の意味よ。
By saying don't follow me, he actually means the opposite.
ついてきて俺を問い詰めてくれが正解。
He actually means follow me and force me to answer.
まったく甘えん坊さんなんだから。
Seriously, what a spoiled brat.
そういう推理でいいんすか？
Can you really call that reasoning? Unfortunately, yeah, it drives me. Well, especially like this is a more dire situation where I guess you need to be a little bit more coded with what you're saying. But like if I'm having a normal conversation with someone, right? There's no threat, there's no immediate danger, there's nothing where like I should be like on alert. And then there's all of a sudden this kind of like this talk where it's like you're obviously you're trying to throw me in a different direction, but your literal words are different than what you want me to do. I get annoyed with that. I'm just like we don't have to do this. Make it obvious, please.
そんなんめちゃくちゃな。
Here it makes a little bit more sense. That's ridiculous.
名探偵や名刑事が男女の気持ちや心を推理できる？
Can great private and police detectives deduce the emotions and feelings between men and women?
できないでしょ？
They can't, right?
異性の気持ちを探るのは何次元のトリックを暴くよりはるかに高度な技術なのよ。
I mean, figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is an even more advanced art than exposing the tricks in different crime cases.
私に言わせれば名作推理小説より恋愛小説の方がよっぽど難解なミステリーなんだから。
She's not wrong. If you ask me, romance novels have much deeper mysteries than masterpiece mystery novels. I see.
そういうもんすかね。
Is that how it is?
私はあの甘えん坊さんと一緒にいるわ。
I'll stand alongside that spoiled brat.
普段は虚勢を張ってるけど、今夜はかなりの激論で疲れ切ってる。
He normally loves to bluff, but tonight he's completely tired out from that heated
誰
discussion.
かに寄りかかりたい気持ちなんでしょうね。
He probably wants someone to lean on at the moment.
それに応えるのがパートナーの役目よ。
And responding to that need is the role of his partner.
そりゃお熱いことで。
Sounds passionate. Sounds like a wife, bro. Like Kyrie, waifu number one.
じゃあ、うちのクソ親父の世話をよろしく頼みますよ。
I'm sorry, Natsuhi. I know you're going through some shit. Your husband don't love you and shit, but I'm Kyrie's won me. Then I'll leave that old bastard in your hands.
ええ、任せておいて。
Yes, leave it to me. I called out to Kyrie-san's departing back.
え？
Huh?
何？
What?
いや、ありがとよって。
I wanted to say thanks.
おかげで陰鬱な気分がだいぶ晴れたぜ。
Thanks to you, my gloomy mood has cleared up a lot.
ならよかった。
That's good.
コミュニケーションは大事ね。
Communication is important. After answering with a wink, Kyrie-san followed after Dad. Natsuhi could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then, the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuhi's expression. This is also very interesting as a narrative because I guess I'm so used to visual novels talking from like a first-person perspective, or at least from the perspective of who the main character is, right? So I'm very used to being like, I know that I am this character, and I'm seeing it from their perspective. And it's always, I don't want to say always clear, because sometimes they'll use that to mess with you. I don't want to say the name of some of those games to spoil them, but some visual novels will use that to be like, oh, okay, you think you're this person, and then the twist is you're not. You're actually someone else, right? But here, it feels like I am a genuine, like, I go back and forth sometimes from being, I am the, like, well, it feels like there is, like, an overall narrator who's, like, not involved, but then it switches to Battler being the narrator. And then when Battler isn't in the scene, it almost like they go back to, like, that overall narrator. So it almost feels like at times like there's a third person, and then occasionally it goes into first person, which is at times a little jarring and rocky. I don't know how to explain it. It's not a bad thing. It's just I'm not used to that from a visual novel. Visual novels usually are just kind of like, all right, here you go. You're this person. Enjoy the ride. Natsuki can be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then, the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuki's expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuki's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that, in addition to the gold, all the inheritance and property of the Ushiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the older brother, had to succeed the family head. It goes between first person and third person limited. Yeah. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsuki knew that this was this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Let me also save. I haven't done that in a while. Cool. So just check. Nothing new here, right? Oh, the witch's letter. Oh, it's the whole thing, ain't it? Cool. Good to know we have that. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsuki, okay, yeah. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he'd given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria that letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone probably Shannon, would be able to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No, if anything, that alone was the proof that Kinzo was behind all of this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on one of the siblings' private discussion. Then Kinzo, by announcing that he'd be giving everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Kraus's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day, so he had known how Kraus had staved off the attack by the other three, and to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out the strange letter which benefited Kraus's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-to-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Kraus yet again and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large amount of money. Using the condition that all the siblings would guarantee Kraus's position as the successor, they talk about advance payments was being brought up again despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Ushiromiya family store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was enough. Was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy him. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that on the off chance that someone found the gold, the person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was his successor, Kraus. The other siblings had found... No, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Kraus could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuhi, as Kraus's only ally... I mean, yeah, in his painful position, and as his wife wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce and that there was no need for him to compromise. Kraus had always told Natsuhi. He had told all of his siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more of an illusion than an illusion created by Kinzo, and yet for some reason he put this really weird clause in there to say, but what if it does? Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife, and had supported her husband on that foundation. Hello, Goose. How are you? Change check? Yeah, I had to. I had to audible tonight. Even so, Natsuhi's words didn't reach Kraus. Even though Natsuhi had fought so hard and it lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsuhi sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, then started getting angry. It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something and invited her into a room that she was not normally allowed to enter. Mouse is on the screen. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling.
他の3人の言うことも、ベアトリーチェを名乗る不審人物の言うことも、何も気にかけることはありません。
There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those three, or even the suspicious person who calls herself
黄
Beatrice.
金など所詮はお父様が生み出したまやかし。
After all, the gold is just a ruse created by father.
それを見つけられることなどあるわけがない。
There's no way someone like that could be found.
あなたが後継ぎであることは盤石です。
Your position as a successor is a solid fact.
何を恐れることがあるのです。
What are you afraid of? Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter.
入りたまえ。
Enter.
何ですか?
What is this?
見せたいものがある。
There's something I want you to see. God, they really just make Kraus look so American. It's insane. Like either American or like the most European, like banker looking dude ever. Like if you told me Kraus was a Japanese man, I would laugh at your face. He seems like Middle European. Yeah, like German, Austrian, what else is in Middle Europe? I'm struggling right now. I would even go like Croatian, Serbian, like all around that area. German, I think, is the best one. Yes.
君に初めて見せるものだ。
I've never shown you this before. I'd even go as far as saying like Swiss. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark. That's creepy. Very Anglo-Saxon. There. That's the word I'm looking for.
これは何事ですか?
What are you doing? Yeah, this is weird, man.
明かりは?
The lights.
今つける。
I'm turning them on now.
待ちたまえ。
Wait. Okay, something creepy's about to happen. Or not. Just as he said, when Kraus pushed the switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room. Are they in Kinzo's study? That is... Natsuki had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part of it in the play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsuki's breath away. Size of an man's arm. I don't know what this is. Oh, shit! Oh, okay, he's confirming the existence. It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no, I thought somebody died. I was like, without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the gold. That's what I was thinking, like, in story, what would be the size of someone's arm? And I'm like, oh yeah, gold, that would make sense. It was an ingot of solid gold. The gold doesn't exist. Insists the man with physical proof of its existence. Correct, yes. It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint. What do you mean? This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside the country. It's like a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. And in order to verify that purity, it was a standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. Oh, okay. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry. Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold. What do you mean it's just a bar of gold? Oh, that's right. The rich people, they just see a bar of gold and it's fucking Tuesday. Nazi, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot. Right there. Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Nazi concentrated on that section. It's the family crest. Right there was a thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Nazi's breath was taken away once again. That's right. This is the legendary ingot that father said he received from the witch that the president of Marusu witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back. Oh, because we were watching Zatch Bell today. That's why I was like, why is that familiar? And I'm like, oh, right. That gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could. How could... Then... The legend of Father's Gold is... It actually exists. The gold that Yoshirumi or Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists. Impossible. It does exist. They do exist. Oh. If anybody knew what I was referencing, or if you don't know what I'm referencing, there was an old M&M's Christmas commercial in which it's the red and the yellow M&M because they were always the buddies, right? And they were talking about like Santa Claus and whatnot, and so like they're like strolling along, and I think they have like cookies on a plate, and they just walk in, and it's just like they both scare each other, so they go like, "Welcome!" The red M&M goes, "He does exist," and then Santa goes, "They do exist," and then the red M&M and Santa both faint. Oh right, and the yellow M&M is just like, he just sits there and he's just like, I think he says either chocolate or cookie. And he's like, chocolate? It's I'm surprised that I was able to recall that commercial with that accuracy, like on the spot like that. That is insane. Imagine just hiding this shit from your wife. I mean, it's Kraus we're talking about. They might still be broadcasting it. It's been on the air for 30 years. Really? I didn't know it's been going on because that particular commercial I thought was just from me growing up. I don't, if they still show that specific commercial, that's crazy. Nazi, he was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held definite proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he failed to find, costing him everything. I remember that. Good. I'm glad somebody else does remember that. But to Nazi, this truth was nothing more than enough to split open her heart. She thought that as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which is why she was selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until this day. Why? It's Kraus. Why wouldn't he? This gives him leverage in every situation. And just in case Nazi he wanted to, his fear in this situation would be that Nazi he's going to run her mouth, right? So why wouldn't he do that? I'm sorry. You see, I learned something from Kyrie today. It's called turning the chessboard around. And I turned it around and I thought about it from his position. And he is probably sitting there thinking, my wife, a woman, is going to sit there and get emotional if I ever tell her that there's actual real gold here. I need to constantly have the high vantage point at all times. So, I'll never tell her until, now today I suddenly need to tell her and let her know that it's kind of real. I turned the chessboard around. God, it felt disgusting being Kraus for a second. I don't like his position. His position's awful. Have I been? So undeserving of your trust. That has never been my intention. Liar! There was simply no need to tell you. Also a lie. Is that all a wife means to you? Calm down. See, what did I just tell you? What did I tell you? Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits. You're the one making me like that, aren't you? I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into. I have been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. You're so emotional about me lying to you. Oh, women. Yeah, exactly. And in return, this is what I get? How could you? Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. Of course he looks annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Nazi, even if he didn't say it out loud. It doesn't look like I will be of any use to you anymore. That's fine. I can resolve the troubles of the siblings by myself. I don't need your help. You're past your usefulness. Jeez. That's wrong. This is the Ushiromiya family's problem. It's true that I'm not permitted to wear the family crest on my body. I want her to win now. I'm not gonna lie, if there's anybody that I want to win this whole thing, it's her. But I am still your wife. Even so. Are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? Are you... I especially wouldn't want to risk getting you involved. It would probably make your headaches even worse than they are now. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems. It has nothing to do with you. That is all. Migraine MILF deserves better. Yes. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. I'm getting a headache after that. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scent she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of the rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Oh, I should have set those two phrases separately. Even so, I have tried to properly perform my duties as a wife. But now, even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter, as if it were the last job left to me. However, I had no release for my anger and sadness, and they caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. That really sucks. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ushiromiya family. No. That's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat the schemes of the other greedy. Natsuhi, you ain't got to do this shit. We got to get you the fuck up out of here. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head. And the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the head, but it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor, whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Evo will probably be plotting plotting to find some fault with the main family. If all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession, with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more has matured as a person compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of a rebellious period. They say the teenagers scare, and whose grades are slightly below average. It can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her throughout all of life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsuhi? Hey, what if Jessica's bi? What if Jessica's a lesbian? Well, why can't we just find her a nice partner, a nice woman, maybe? Happy Pride Month, everybody. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling someone with her own daughter, with a desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she had no choice but to marry into the Ushiromiya family because of the that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten about it and had actively attended to the life she'd been given as Ushiromiya Natsuhi. And in doing so, she had built up a new life. But just now, it felt all of that had been casually rejected. How should I think as I live my life? I do not know. Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing, even though it should have been emotionless. Right then, it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsuhi didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention, because it was her beloved daughter. It's you, Mom.
なんだよこんなところに。
What the heck are you doing in a place like this?
幽霊かと思ったぜ。
Thought you were a ghost. Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke. I know. Because they talk about it earlier, where it's just like, oh man, her mannerisms are very like, rude Japanese boy. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsu's throat. However, their strength gave out, and they didn't escape her lips.
ジェシカ、
Jessica.
ごめんね。母さんは頭痛がひどいの。
Forgive me, but my headache is
そ
awful.
っとしといてくれる。
Please leave me be.
そう。
I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconnected. Just until now, she had been filled with contempt for all of the parents, including her mother. But now, those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way. And because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuhi just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart.
ずいぶん立て込んだ話をしてるようじゃん。
It sounds like you've really got your hands full with that meeting thing.
お前には関係ありません。
It has nothing to do with you.
よそへ行っていなさい。
Please go somewhere else.
頭痛ひどい？
Is your headache bad?
私薬もらってこようか。
Should I go get some medicine?
構わないで結構です。
You don't have to trouble yourself.
お願いだから一人きりにして。
Please, leave me alone. Natsuhi wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's own short temper. But there was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Oh, okay. The years and years of strain on this relationship and... Man, Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings.
じゃあ私行くよ。
Then I'll leave.
大人の邪魔にならないようにいとこたちと一緒にいるから。
I'll be with the other cousins so I don't get in the way of the
じ
adults.
ゃ
See you later.
お待ちなさい。
Oh, small smile. Wait there. She called Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely, to a stop.
何？
What?
気遣いをありがと
Thank you for being so considerate.
う。お前を残して寝込むわけにはいきません。
It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone.
よせよ。縁起でもないぜ。
Don't talk like that. You'll bring bad luck.
心配をかけました。
I've made you worried,
もう大丈夫です。
but I'm okay now.
私は行きます。
I will go. If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, it'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she stopped her mother. And for a while, she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something and she took it out.
あのさ、母さん。
Hey, Mom.
私さ、今日お守りもらったんだよ。
I was given a charm today.
なんだっけな。魔除けだったっけ？
What was it? A charm against magic?
確かそのドアノブにぶら下げてるといいんだっけ？
I'm pretty sure that you were supposed to hang it from your doorknob, I think.
忘れちまったぜ。
I forget.
私が持ってても仕方ないし、
There's no point in me having
母
it.
さんにあげるよ。
So I'll let you take it. It was a scorpion charm. Oh, yeah! The scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank and she was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuki came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
これは
What is this?
何かの景品？
Some kind of prize toy.
まあその、
What?
私も多分そうだろうと思ってるけどよ。
Well, I think it's something like that.
こんなおもちゃみたいなお守りじゃ、ご利益は期待できねえよな。
I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything. But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
大切にします。
I'll take good care of it.
ジェシカには今度、私が子供の頃大切にしていたお守りを代わりにあげましょう。
Sometime soon, in exchange, why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child? Aww. And now it's nice again.
別にそんなつもりで渡すんじゃないぜ。
It's not like that's why I gave it to you.
でもまあ、
Well,
どうしてもって言うなら。
if you really say so,
では、私はもう休みます。
then I will rest for now.
頭痛がひどいので、
My headache is awful.
ジェシカもあまり夜更かしをしすぎないように。
Try not to stay up too late. Sure. Natsuki put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into a dark hall. No glass shatter yet.
やっぱり明日も丸一日こんな天気みたいだね。
I guess this makes sense. We have to check in with everybody, so it would have to be every child as the cousins are about to meet up again. I'm getting this ominous feeling that something big is about to happen the second that we get to the next part of this. Call it a hunch. I know that I've been saying that for like the past three streams, and to be fair, at least we have gotten like decent information, but I genuinely feel like we're starting like when night begins. It seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow, and after all. Yeah, I've heard this before. I did that. I just,
今日の日中が嘘のようだぜ。
just bury that knife deeper into me. Dang, this makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. George, Aniki, and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we'd last seen her.
マリアはまだ肖像画前？
Is Maria still in front of the portrait?
いや、
Nope.
さっき戻ってきて、今はそっちのソファーで寝てるぜ。
She just came back and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. Do not wake her up.
マリアにはもう遅い時間だもんな。
It's getting pretty late for her after all. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
一応うちのお袋が屋敷にも部屋を用意してくれたんだけどよ。
Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the mansion.
どうする？
What do we do?
僕はゲストハウスに戻りたいかな。
I'd rather head back to the guest house.
親たちの様子を見る限り、僕たちはお屋敷にいない方がいいと思う。
Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion. I agree.
俺も同感だぜ。
I guess I'm just a head of battler.
子供は邪魔せず引っ込んでろって感じみてえだからな。
It feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way.
おとなしくそうするさ。
Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over, restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
ローザおばさん。マリアならそこのソファーっすよ。
Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the sofa. Arigato gozaimasu. Oh, just, okay.
すっかり眠っちゃってるわね。
Thank you. My, she's out cold.
ベッドに移さないと。
We must move her to a bed.
よかったら僕がベッドまで背負っていきましょうか。
Hey, if you'd like, I'll carry her over to a bed.
ありがとう。助かるわ。
Thanks. That would be wonderful.
ジョージ君たちはゲストハウスに戻るの？
Are you all heading back to that guest house?
それとも夏日姉さんが用意してくれた部屋に泊まるのかしら？
Or are you going to stay in the room with Natsuhine-san, the room Natsuhine-san had prepared here?
今話し合ってました。
We were just talking about that. Hey, Rosa, please don't smack her away. Please don't.
ゲストハウスへ戻ろうかって話になったところです。
We just decided to head over to the guest house.
そう。
I see.
ならマリアも一緒にしてあげてもいいかしら？
Then, could I ask you to take Maria with you?
いとこのみんなと一緒の方がきっと安心できると思うしね。
I'd feel much more assured if she stays with all of you cousins. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
任してくださいよ、おばさん。
Leave it to us, Santa Rosa.
何しろこっちにゃマリアをあやすことに関してはエキスパートがいるっすからね。
After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us, George.
それは僕のことかい？
That is correct. Are you talking about me?
僕だけじゃ無理だよ。
I couldn't do it myself.
みんなでだよ。
We'll need everyone together.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
バトラだってあんなにもマリアと意気投合してふざけ合ってたじゃねえかよ。
A battler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
みんなありがとう。
Thank you, everyone.
私たちの話し合いはだいぶ遅くまでかかりそう。
It looks like our meeting will last until very late.
だから申し訳ないけどマリアをみんなにお願いするわ。
So I'm sorry to burden you like this. I'll be counting on you all to take care of Maria.
おい、マリア。熟睡か？
Maria about to keep us up all goddamn night. Here it comes.
ゲストハウスに戻るぞ。
Hey, Maria, are you sound asleep? We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. Looked like she was sleeping deeply.
すっかり寝込んじゃったようだぜ。
She's really out cold.
起こすのは悪いな。
I'd hate to wake her.
僕が背負うよ。
Right. I'll carry her. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help. However, when she heard Uncle Kraus's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
困ったわね。
Now, that's a problem.
もう戻らないと。
I have to go back now.
皆さんゲストハウスまでお戻りですか？
Is everyone returning to the guest house? After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon-chan stepped out.
だいぶ暗くなっておりますので、私がご案内させていただきます。
It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you.
ちょうどよかったわ、シャノちゃん。
That would be great, Shannon-chan.
ジョージ君がマリアをおぶっていてくれるの。
George-kun is going to carry Maria there.
傘をさしてあげてくれないかし
Could you
ら。
hold an umbrella for him?
はい、かしこまりました。
Yes, certainly. Shannon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden.
兄貴、重くねえか？
Motherfucker's worried about the good, like, oh man, we can't take a nice stroll through the garden. Meanwhile, a typhoon is going on. Aniki, is she too heavy?
俺が背負うぜ。
Want me to carry her?
大丈夫だよ。
It's okay.
マリアちゃんくらい背負えるよ。
I can at least carry Maria-chan.
本当にありがとうね。
I'm truly grateful.
マリアをよろしくお願い。
Please take care of Maria.
わかりました。
Sure, you got it.
じゃあおやすみなさい、おばさん。
Then I guess this is good night, Aunt Rosa.
それではお送りしてまいります。
Then I will see them over there and return here.
ええ。
Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
マリア、
Maria,
いつもごめんね。
I'm sorry for everything. Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
俺がマリアを背負って立候補すりゃよかったぜ。
If only I'd applied for the position of Maria carrier.
そうすりゃ傘を差してくれるシャノンちゃんのでっけえお乳を二の腕でたっぷり堪能できたってのによ。
Yep. I was waiting for it. I was like, yep, there it is. Then I wouldn't have gotten a chance. Then I would have gotten a chance to have Shannon-chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm. Each time I hear the word typhoon, I think of Danganronpa 2 for some reason. It's ironic because yes, the well, not ironic. I guess fitting because titty typhoon.
そんなつもりじゃないよ。誤解だよ。
That's not why I did it. It's a misunderstanding.
そうしないとジョージ様が濡れてしまうと思いまして。
I thought that if I didn't walk like this, George-sama would get all wet. Am I in 999?
ほら、バカなこと言ってないで入るぜ。
Come on, quit babbling and go in. After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrella and went into the guest house.
お召し物を濡らしてしまった方はいらっしゃいませんか？
Has anyone gotten their clothes wet?
タオルを用意いたしますが。
I can bring some towels if you want.
そこまで気を使わなくていいぜ。
You don't need to worry about us that much. You know, there is something impressive about the art of this because they do a really good job, and of making the dress that when they're wearing like those big puffy like shoulders. Like the contrast of just how big and puffy like the blouse is and like the shoulders of the blouse is, and then in contrast like how like almost skin tight the sleeves are. Like it almost feels as if like the upper part of her body and like the lower part are just not the same, and it's just because of the clothing. You don't need to worry about us that much.
ありがとうよ、シャノンちゃん。
Thanks, Shannon-chan.
そうだ。
That's right.
僕たちはこれからトランプでもして少し遊ばないかって話なんだけど。
We were planning to play cards or
少し
something.
一緒しないかい？
Would you care to join us for a bit?
あれ？
Huh?
今日のシフト、深夜勤は誰になってんだ？
Who had the night shift on today's schedule?
親族会議中は特別シフトになってたと思いました。
I believe we had a special schedule during the family conference.
少し変更も出てるみたいなので、ちょっと確認してきます。
Also, I think a few alterations have been made, so I will go and check.
ああ、わざわざ屋敷に戻らないとわからないんなら無理に。
Wait, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself.
大丈夫です。
Oh, that's all right.
ゲストハウスの使用人室でわかりますので、
I can find out from the servant room in the guest house.
ちょっと失礼しますね。
Please excuse me for a short while before I turn off the lights and make everybody die. Speaking of clothes, the stage play adaptation did a great job in adapting everyone's clothes, even the most ridiculous ones like Kirie's boob tie clip. Yeah, that's amazing. Shannon-chan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something. Oh,
カノン君？
Kanon-kun,
源氏様までこちらに。
are you here too, Genji-sama?
今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか？
What has happened with tonight's shift? It's the rebellion.
クラウス様の命令があってね。
Kraus-sama has given an order.
シフトの大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
He made some sizable changes to the shifts. Like even like Kanon, right? Like, okay, his shoulders aren't as puffy, but it's just like really puffy, loose at the top, and then it's just like skin tight towards the like the actual like length of his arm. Indeed. Goda-san now has the night shift at the mansion. Shannon and Kanon have the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. Just now a phone call came in saying that once you arrive, you are also to remain here for the rest of the night. Huh? That certainly is a sizable change. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Originally, Shannon and Kanon had been assigned the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all the relatives are staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house. It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter. Why, probably. After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Kraus-sama would suspect one of us. We served directly under the master, so Kraus-sama tried as best he could to keep us as far away from the family conference. Genji, Shannon, and Kanon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo had the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have dismissed them on his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that it had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would probably be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion. If you would excuse me, I will go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our guest tonight is a special case after all. Yes, certainly, Genji-sama. Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension. The ones who just returned now, were they the children? Gotta love it when the 16-year-old is also referring to everybody else who is older than him as the children. Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. I get why, but it's just funny. It looks like it would drag quite on for quite some time. Then we've got it easy. It's already this late and there's this weather. He probably sees himself as more mature. Well, actually, that wasn't my thinking. My thinking was that when he's saying the children, he's actually just referring to literally being the spawn of the adults. You know what I mean? So when he's saying the children, he actually means just literally like this is the children of the Ushiromiya clan or family. Which maybe it is a mature thing, but I think it's probably leaning just a little bit more towards like literally these are the children. Emo Tupuk over here is always so he's not being negative. You don't understand him, Goose. The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion. Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around. But I'm a little happy I was able to I was sent to the guest house, I guess. Oh. Why is that? Because you could stay away from Madam and Eva-sama, those bullies. Or do you have another reason? It's not as though I have. Just battler. No. Another reason. I see. Then let's do our best together with our night shift. I'm counting on you, Ne-san. Just now, I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Shannon hung her head Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Kana uncertainly. Kana didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister. Can't. You were assigned to the night shift. Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. You understand, right? Yes, I do understand. Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Kanan, a stickler for the rules, would say something like that, but she seemed a little discouraged. As Kanan flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon. That means the children will be waiting for you. You'll have to apologize and tell them you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them. And Shannon's going to break the rules and say, well, no, she won't say this. They'll probably push her enough that she has no choice and will play games with her. Then. Go and come back. Yes. I'll go apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Kanan took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came back from beyond the screen. Kanon. I'll be here, so you can go too. Shannon was the only one called. It's not as though I was invited. That is only because you were not there at the time. If you had been there, you would have been invited as well. It is good to play as a child from time to time. No, such a thing is not necessary for me. Human children may have a need to play. But we are not human. I mean furniture. We are furniture. Which would also say that you're not human. Is that so? Ne-san is also furniture. Yep. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I will not try to get too close to people, that's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Kanon as well.
そりゃ本当かよ。
Is that for real?
そりゃ知らなかったぜ。
I had no clue.
バカ、声が大きいぜ。
Dumbass, you're too loud.
マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
You wake Mario up. Battler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab and he lowered his voice.
あ、いや、しかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな。
Still, seriously, now that you mention it, they really didn't have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they?
なるほどな。ジョージの兄貴がな。
Ah, now I see. So George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back to get it. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together.
いや、昔からそれっぽい気配はあったんだぜ。
Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while now.
好きなものを聞いてきたり、趣味を聞いてきたりさ。
You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things.
単に関心を持つだけにしてはどうもなんて思ってたらよ。
I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what's happened now.
そういや、昔からジョージの兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ。
Come to think of it, I get the feeling that George Anaki's always been overly nice to Shannon-chan.
なるほどな。
Now I get it. That's how you're supposed to treat people. When you have interest in someone, maybe don't be a creep. No, that's... It's just very funny that's what they're assuming here.
天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。
According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight.
明日いっぱいもやまないらしいけど、もう少しマシになるそうだよ。
It also seems it'll last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better.
そうですか。
Really?
では、あさってまでは船は来られないかもしれませんね。
Then maybe the boat Maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after
ジョージ
after
様
tomorrow.
の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です。
I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday.
台風が来ていることは知っていたからね。
I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand.
万一に備えて月曜日には予定を入れなかったから大丈夫さ。
Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay.
こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが。やがては会社を起こされる方はしっかりしていますね。
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Hang on. They play this music. It's no surprise you're so well prepared as someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday.
やっぱり会社を起こすというのは大変だね。
Well, making a company prosper really is a tough job.
お金とかそういうのだけじゃないものが
Money isn't the only thing that's important.
父さんのところで勉強していてわかるよ。
I learned that well when studying under my father.
会社を起こすということは城を持ち部下を率いるということ。
Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates.
うちの父さんは秀吉って名前だけあって戦国武将のエピソードがとても好きでね。
My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name.
会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。
Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them. Wait a minute, I'm forgetting for a second here. Shannon is 16? And then George is like 22? 24? Maybe he's also 18? I don't remember.
知ってるかい？
Did you know?
戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も最初は部下たちの結束がバラバラで 統率力をまるで発揮できなかったんだそうだよ。
Okay, never mind. Yep, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, Shannon is 16, George is 23. Takeda Shingen, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring periods, started out with his troops in complete disarray and didn't hate the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well.
そうなんですか？
Is that true?
なんだか意外ですね。
That's a little unexpected.
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮してるんだよ。
In order to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many
例え
ways.
ば戦場で武功を立てた部下に対しすぐその場で報奨を与えたり、
For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal.
普通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。
Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and then, and they were all awarded at once.
それを戦場の本陣の中にいながらまめにやり続け、
He continued this diligently while on the field of battle.
部下の武功を素早く評価しやる気につなげたというのは非常に大きいことだよ。
And immediately showing his appreciation of his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant
それ
fashion.
から部下が病気で伏せった時には誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞いをしたとかね。
Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so on.
武田信玄は戦国最強の騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない。
Takeda Shingen wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the corps in the warring period.
戦国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the warring period.
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんですね。
And because he was that kind of a person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shadow had already heard this story several years ago. But whenever discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. And Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue.
確かに資本主義の世界ではお金は力で石垣の高さでもある。
Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. Boo!
でもね、戦も城も自分一人じゃ成り立たない。
But you can't build a castle or succeed in war by yourself.
大勢の部下に支えられ、その力を借りて初めて成立するものなんだよ。
Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength.
それを理解してから父さんの背中を見ると、自分がいかに未熟で。
After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I
父
am.
さんがどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかが
I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he is now.
ジョージ様はお父様のことをとても尊敬されているんですね。
George-sama, you truly look up to your father.
羨ましいです。
I'm jealous.
あ、ごめん。別にそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
Sorry, that's not how I meant it.
すみません。私も別にそういう意味で言ったつもりは。
I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it either. The two of them awkwardly look at their feet. Shauna had no parents. Okay, so it isn't that kind of conversation. Okay, good. I didn't think it was. I just thought that it was like just Battler and Jessica's like suspicions of what was going on. And it seems that that's actually what it is. I don't. The music setting made it seem weird, but okay. I think we're good. I think we're in the clear. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuin House. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. Okay, this is making a lot of sense of why Kanon and Shannon are the way that they are. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names the character owned in them while they served. Okay, yep, this is making a lot more sense now. So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Kanon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans have been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed to seem so natural for both of them when Kanon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion together, today, there were several other servants possessing the own character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to that rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. This is also kind of crazy too, because like you essentially just have an orphanage to be set up as like essentially indentured servitude. Like I know they're kind of romanticizing this a little bit, where it's like, oh, you'll have enough money to just enter society after 3 years, and then you can just be done. But like, this is basically indentured servitude, where you're just like, oh man, but like in pure capitalist form, where it's like, oh, you're an orphan, you didn't have your family and everything like that. Oh man, okay, well, yeah, we'll build this orphanage, and like, I don't know, if you kind of span out and it's like you're kind of good enough to work here, we'll bring you in, and then you get to be a servant for us, and yeah, like, sure, we'll pay enough for you to kind of like live and be good enough, but like you won't really be able to leave for about 3 years. I also need you to believe that like everybody around you is like your brother and sister. Like, yeah, it's yeah, you get the privilege to be a servant, right? It's like if you're good enough and you act well enough, you get to the privilege to be a servant. I also imagine seeing a 6-year-old maid, like, yeah, like she's 6. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him. The furniture thing is starting to make a lot of sense now too.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ?
You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? Imagine finding this potential in someone who is 6.
だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい?
You must have saved up a lot of money by now. Oh, George, no.
どうでしょう?
I wonder.
別に私買いたいものも特にありませんし。
It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy.
ほんの何百万かあったって、それで残りの人生を過ごせるわけもありませんし。
After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live the rest of your life off. The rest of your life. Oh, live off of for the rest of your life. Okay.
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい?
So the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum?
そうですね。
Yes, that's right.
私はこのお屋敷以外に行くあてもありませんし。
I have nowhere to go outside this mansion. Oh.
お嬢様とも他の使用人の子たちとも仲良くやれてますし。
And I've been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants.
奥様には時折お叱りを受けますけど、バラの世話やお屋敷のお掃除も楽しいですし。
The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun.
でもそれはシャノンちゃんの。
But that can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan.
サヨちゃんの人生じゃない。
No, Sayo-chan. Oh, you know her actual name? Oh, okay. Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し、社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。
Actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be sus of that because George does show moments of trying to be a genuine human being. Maybe I shouldn't be as sus of that as my brain is making me think. There's something I've learned as I've continued to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society.
子供の頃、僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くないんだ。
A human's life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids. All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as adults is nothing more than a blink of an eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
君の人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。
So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon.
君は自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いしてるんじゃないかな。
I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever.
それは
That's... Shannon couldn't deny those words. She had been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle, and since she had never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected.
ジョージ様、
George-sama,
私は
is it
このままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
wrong for me to continue living this way?
いけないよ。
Yeah, it is.
あ、それから今ルール違反が一
Oh,
つあって、
and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head, apparently embarrassed.
僕たちしかいないときは様はなしの約束だよ。
Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone?
約束では聞けません。
I couldn't obey that as a promise.
ですが、ご命令でしたら聞かないわけにはいきません。
But if it was an order, I would have to obey it.
私は家具ですから。
Because I'm furniture.
じゃあ命令だよ。
Then it's an order.
はい、
Yes,
かしこまりました。
certainly.
ジョージさん。
George, son. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with San.
それでいいよ、さやちゃん。
Yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan. George smiled at Shannon, no, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. Throw the glass! Throw the glass! Break the glass! Break the glass! Break the glass! Do it! Oh, you.
そうだ。
Oh, what a tease. That's right.
君に見せたいものがあって。
I have something I wanted to show you.
なんでしょうか。
What could it be? George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box. No! A small box covered in a deep blue. No, you're not. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone was resting it. You've got to be... Okay. No! No fucking way. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Then I was reading this correctly then. I cannot believe I gave this the benefit of the doubt. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he had been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened this. The bourgeoisie are fucked up. Yes, they are. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take. Like the thing about this that's messed up isn't just the age gap, but also that, like, so when she was 6, he was 13. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty fucked. I want you to take this. I can accept something so valuable. You can't take it. No. I'm unworthy of such a thing. Okay, all right, Sayo, this isn't a request. It's an order. Oh, okay, dude. Okay. And take this ring. Okay. I just see Natsuhi and poor Shannon or Sayo just 20 years later. My God. If it's an order, I cannot disobey. Yeah. George in his head is actually like, yeah, that's right. Well done. Shauna, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. The ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under certain special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Sayo's own will. So, from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore. Sayo. I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow without using words. Imagine your big move. Your family is like, oh man, we're taking this trip on out, and this man has been plotting this whole time to propose to the 16-year-old maid on the island, and he's like legit I can't even give him young adult anymore. Can't even give him that. He's 23. You're just an adult at that point. His family is gonna flip out. Well, I mean, his family's a whole nother thing to talk about. Do you understand? How should I? I mean, like, I guess the one thing is that, well, here's my other thing too, is that George is very calculating. That's a very calculative man. He may not genuinely be manipulative or anything like that, but he's very calculative, which is why I'm kind of like, about this whole thing. Well, that and the age difference, but even if you take the age thing away for a moment, so what would happen if she says, yeah, well, I mean, duh. But like, even if you take that away for a moment, okay, like at least these two seem to genuinely kind of like each other. Like Shannon's obviously blushing every time, and like George is showing like genuine feeling. But like, yeah, morally this is like, what the fuck?
もうこれ以上は命令じゃないから、僕は君に命令はしない。
I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order.
でも、指輪は指にするものだからね。
But a ring is something you put on your finger after all. Like, okay, like if let's say this was Battler, right? And let's say Battler just did this, right? It's like, okay, well, Battler's like 18 and she's 16, and I'm like, okay, whatever, right? This is like 23 and 16.
気に入ってくれたなら、好きな指につけてくれればいい。
The weirdness I would have is that it's that like, oh, this is in order, but now he's playing like the, oh, but this part isn't though, now that you've taken the ring. If you like it, you can put it on any finger you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She had already understood what he wanted her to do, but she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
もうこんな時間だね。
Look at how late it's gotten.
今夜はこれくらいにしよう。
Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly.
君に左手につけてほしいと命令することもできるかもしれない。
Oh, okay, dude. Okay. I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand.
命令されればそれに従えるという臆病な甘えがあるかもしれない。
Hey girl, look, I'm just saying, I just gave you that ring. You could wear it on your left hand. I don't know. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm just saying you could. At least in modern Japanese law, I was actually about to get to that too. Women can marry at 16 and men at 18, but anyone under 20 also needs permission from their parents and legal guardians on top of that. I also don't know the specific laws of this, but I think before modern Japanese law, that age was as low as 13. Because I know, so, God, I genuinely hate that I know this. There are some like laws in like Europe, specifically Germany, I believe, and some Middle European countries where like age is like 16 for like consent. It's all sorts of weird. Or like age of legality, I mean, is 16, not consent. Age of legality is like 16. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want, like, I'm not trying to come off as like judgmental from like over here it's like a firm 18. No, it's just the very, very clear difference of a full adult telling a teenager, like genuinely, like she would not be out of high school yet, and this man is like in business and has a company, right? Last year, the age of consent was bumped up to 16. Before that, okay, I knew I wasn't insane. I was like, I remember it being 13. It's a full-grown adult who is doing this. Now, I like people always, well, not people always ask. People wonder sometimes, like, okay, well then, like, what is the line, right? And I'm just kind of like, if you're both adults, then I don't really care, right? So like, if you're like, if like you're 23. And you decide to marry someone who's like 49 or like in their 40s, I'm like, well, okay, well, you're 23, you know, like you're making this decision, whatever. Like, okay, like what am I going to tell the two adults what they want to do? Yeah, a 25 age gap there, like I don't really care because you're both adults. You're both making this decision. You have to have enough at that point, right? But like when it's like you're 16 and you're 23, it's like, all right, well, one of you is experiencing life in a much different realm than the other one, and one of them is like you're still growing up and maturing and figuring things out. Hopefully I just hope she does what she wants. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I ranted for a bit there. I could probably order. Yeah.
最後のここだけは君のさよの意志でしてもらいたいんだ。
but I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo. And by your own will, I mean, I'm actually addressing you by your actual name, so that, you know, maybe you feel a little bit of, you know, a little bit of a push from me to make you maybe put on that ring. Just saying, that's what I would want. By the way, I believe Nani completely missed that George is 23. I think they think either George is 18 or Shannon is 18. All they have to say about this scene is that it's sweet. That's the problem, though, is that, like, it is actually kind of a sweet scene, but I really cannot get past 23 and 16. I can't. That's like, I think I would look at this a different way if it was like I said, if this was Battler and Jessica, I almost called her, Shannon having the scene, I'm like, well, it's out of character for Battler to do this, but let's say that George and Battler switch personalities, right? And Battler at 18 is having the scene with Shannon at 16, I'd be like, oh, this is kind of sweet and endearing, but I just cannot get past the fact that George is 23 and she's 16. I can't. I want to get past that, and I kind of can't. That's why the language of this comes off very different. Like, if someone is 18 and saying this, I'm like, okay, but you're 23 and an adult and kind of a calculating person altogether. This comes off a little weird. I forgot Shannon's age when I read this the first time. Yeah, I wonder how long you'll keep rant. Don't get me started. I will. Yes, and obviously, like, the music is setting up to be a sweet moment. Also, why Battler would technically be a legal adult at the age of 18. He's still in, that's exactly it. He's still in high school, though. Like, I don't like 18, 16, 18, 15. It's like, but you're still in, like, high school together. Like, there's some connectivity there. Yeah, it's 7 years. That's a 7-year gap between 16 to 23. Like 7 years when you're 24 years old is like a little less than a third of your life. 7 years for a 16-year-old is half their life. That's the difference you're talking about. So that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. And maybe I'm just being a little too, and like, it's fine if people are like, Blackjack, I think you're just being a bit too much about this, because culturally, like, this is allowed. Yeah, sure, and I can see that side, but I'm also like, but still, like, adult and teenager, like legit, not even young adult, not even like 20. Like 23, this dialogue with a 16-year-old. It does not, it comes off weird. So that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Yeah, like, I think any other situation I would find this sweet, and here I can't. Imagine graduating college and marrying a high school sophomore. I don't know what's happening, but it's a VN. It's already written. It's not. Yeah, no. I'm not saying, like, the writing of, like, UMINEKO is now all of a sudden, like, irreprehensible. I'm just saying the situation is more of just kind of like where I go, huh. And it's making me judge. So yes, don't take it that way where it's like I'm judging the writing. I'm judging George as a character. George as a character is where I kind of go, Shano nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly had come as a surprise to Shannon. We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worried about us. Oh. I'm sorry, I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so I have to go back to the mansion. At a time like this? Is that true? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it. Break the glass, break the glass, break the glass. There, we did it, we broke the glass. It's midnight. It's midnight. You son of a bitch. Okay. Then it's not midnight. I feel like midnight is when it's finally going to happen, because that 12 is red. That's not midnight, I know. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gate. A mixture of exaltation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. I guess I also don't know how to relate to that either, because so I skipped a grade. So I was constantly told about how immature I was. Constantly. I hadn't matured yet. So think about it this way. When I think 16, I graduated from high school at 16. I graduated from college at 20. 20. I was 20 years old when I graduated college. So from my perspective, especially from my perspective, it's like 16 ain't shit. I'm just like, you're 16? The shit ain't happened yet. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing happened. Genji-sama told me to come and help you. Ah, is that so? That's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. After all, Kraus-sama and the others' meeting looks as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment. That's true. Should I watch over? In that case, forgive me, Shannon-san, but I'll ask that you patrol the mansion. I will stay here, awaiting the family's orders. Yes. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she had come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she had been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. She began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion until yet another person interrupted. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out of their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokkenjima other than the ones connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one had been in the habit of locking up the Ushiromiya head family, at least not until Natsuhi had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and she checked them one by one. The glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Oh. Oh. Oh, are we here? At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination, after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shana went back to check in the window. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushiromiya head family. The one where, oh, you would check everything and everything would be fine, and then suddenly it wouldn't. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. Okay, this is different. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Kanan-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Oh, that's it? Oh, what a tease. So I'm guessing she's coming back now after doing her check. Yeah, that's what they're doing. So she's back at the guest house. Oogity boogity? Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. One, 2, 3, 4. 4? 1 o'clock? 4 o'clock? Wait, what? Huh? Your meeting went to 4 a.m. in the morning. What the? Yo, bro, what? Nah, yes, we're fighting and arguing all over again. Okay, so... Uh-oh, whoa. Hold on. Oba-chan. Come on, Kenzo. Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Beatrice. Come on. Show yourself. All the pieces are in place. What will you see on the game board? It's midnight. It is. The game just said it's 24. Is it really time? Are we really about to do this? It happened. No, it's 6 in the morning now. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night. But the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing.
やはり今日いっぱいはやみそうにないか。
It seems it will last all day after all.
お待たせしました、源氏様。
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Kanon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days for the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives stay on this island. Would last until tomorrow. Kanon thought it would be best. I'm talking. There we go. Kanon thought it would be best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. I feel like I'm talking too fast. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they had spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Kanon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. Nope. They reached the overhang by the entrance of to the mansion, and they folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Ushirimiya family mansion was the only thing on Rokujima, so in the past, they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuki had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Kanon so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
では、朝の仕事を始めよう。
Well then, let us begin the morning chores.
はい。
Yes, sir. The two of them split up and began operating the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kanon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace the steps once. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelt anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking.
おはようございます。
Good morning. And he ain't here. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit. Not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold, without any trace of a fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything had gone wrong. Kanon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. Oh, is correct, Poppy. Oh. Line is disconnected. He couldn't hear that characteristic sound of dial tone. Nailed it. Kanon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Kanon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over the servant's sleeping room. Oh? How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? Battler? A vague sense of awakening was part of Natsuki's usual morning experience. Wait, what? She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuki, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. Never mind, I'm Natsuki, apparently. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed this tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still the previous night. She herself was one of those hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse. This room was the only place she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuki's face. She and Carl slept not only in separate beds, they slept in separate rooms. I was about to say, I was like, where the fuck is Kraus at? Yeah, okay, that answers my question then. That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuki's face. She's starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsuki gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. Who do we jump to now? Oh, when she reached for the doorknob trying to leave her room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. Ah, and it protected her! Oh, that's so good. It was Maria's charm, which Natsuki had received from Jessica. So Kraus is dead. That's my assumption. Kraus is actually dead then. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel? Okay, so I think then that means here's who I think is dead then. Okay, then I think then Kraus is dead, Kinzo's dead, Goda's dead, Ava's dead. Natsuki is alive, but that's only because we're her. Kyrie might actually be dead because the information that she passed on to Battler felt like death information. Flip the chessboard the game board the other way. That's death information. Okay. Dead, maybe dead. Oh no, sorry. Dead. There's your 6. I think this is your 6. That's your 6 right there. Didn't Jessica say something about having it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Let's see how close I am. Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful. I wonder if I have to thank Jessica. I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsuki remembered. That's right. Last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Oh, don't tell me Jessica's dead. Natsuki opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuki thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out a red pouch. No, she's not dead. No. She wouldn't be doing this if she was dead. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something that had something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specifically by her grandmother when her grandmother's mementos had been disturbed. Or distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsuki returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed through the room. This is Kanon.
Hi.
Yes. Oh, it's Genji. Okay. Good morning, madam. It is Genji. My apologies for waking you so early. Oh, that's right, because Genji would be over here. I'm coming now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe something fatal, maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast. Something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Something fatal happened, sure. Natsuki took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again was having a morning greeting with while bowing deeply. No, actually, wait. Genji would have been over in the guest house. Never mind. I'm wrong. He would not have been here. Nazi tentatively responded. Good morning. Did something happen? My apologies. It would seem that the telephones are broken down due to the lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly. The extension telephone isn't working. Yeah, that means no calls to the outside world. That would be troublesome. Would it be possible to fix? I am afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert to have him repair it. Oh, how? Oh, I guess that would make sense. Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? Then it will remain broken down for the duration of our guest stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests? We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems. Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuki let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. She's dead. Natsuki gave her head a light shake. Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well? Nope. As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out. What did you say? Natsuki was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phone's not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time and then come to something like this when the relatives were missing? Natsuki put her head to her forehead and shook her head. Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. What? What happened? Natsuki exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing that she saw there silenced her completely. Is that door open? Oh, well, wait a minute. Is this showing like that there were scratch marks on the door? Or is it showing that the door is kind of like crept open? It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone who had dipped their fingers in reddish black liquid and scratched at the door around the doorknob. Okay, so okay, I did catch that. Okay. It's probably some sort of awful prank arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they had tried to force the door open with their bloody hands. Okay, I was catching on to that. Okay. So somebody probably, okay, so the scorpion charm literally protected her. Okay, so everybody who's inside the mansion is dead. Okay. So who's in the guest house? That's creepy as fuck. So the guest house is George, Jessica, Battler. Maria should also be here. Kanon, Shannon, Genji. You're dead because you were in there. You, I think, are dead too. You were protected by the charm. You might be alive then. Because then that leaves you 6. No, that's a standard door background. They didn't bother to make a CG. Wow. That is amazing that I was able to even that guess is incredible, then, because I thought that might be what they're getting at. That's incredible, then. What sort of prank is this? How awful.
私も今ここにお伺いして初めて気づきました。
I also just noticed it as I came to call you.
後ほど清掃いたします。
I will clean it later.
大方
Perhaps
趣味の悪い客人の冗談でしょう。
this is a vulgar joke by one of the guests.
不愉快です。実に不愉快です。
Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsuki had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. Even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. It is 12 o'clock on June 2nd. For those of you who know on the channel, it is Drunk Bitch's birthday. So please make sure that you say happy birthday to Zoe. This also means that it is the 4th anniversary of trans fucking rights on this channel. If anybody remembers the birthday party we threw for Zoe, we raised about $3,000 to go to Trans Lifeline. So that means that I now need to make my my annual donation every single year to Trans Lifeline today. So yes, I had my shot ready for that, and that also means now I need to text Zoe as well. But happy birthday, trans rights, everybody. Alrighty. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Yep. Damn, we went into midnight. Yeah, I was correct. Yep, it's the 4-year anniversary. God, what a night that was. Natsuki gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. You fuckers are alive. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I thought for sure. I was like, nah. They're dead. They're dead. Damn it. When Natsuki and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there.
おはようございます、皆さん。
Good morning, everyone.
おはよう、夏日さん。
Morning, Natsuki-san.
朝食も合田さんが作るっちゅう話やないか。
I heard Goda-san would be making us breakfast too.
朝から胃袋が大喜びで騒ぎっぱなしなんや。
Hang on here. I'm sending the birthday thing. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up. After all, it seems the food is all you can look forward to at the head of the at the head family household.
エヴァさんも朝からご機嫌がよろしいようで何よりです。
I'm pleased to see that you too are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san. Okay, so if they're alive, who's dead? So they're already they're signaling that Goda is dead. So maybe Kumasawa is dead then. Maybe the two of them are dead, right? I don't think they would kill off the kids. If they did kill off the kids, I don't think it's George. They'd probably kill off Jessica to increase Natsuhi's stress. But I actually think Kraus probably is dead. Kinzo has been wanting to die. So okay. I'm change of plans. Audible, everybody. Kinzo, Kraus, Goda, Kumasawa. I don't want to think Jess is dead. I don't want to think she's dead, but she might be. She was born with weak bronchitis, sometimes sudden sailed by a sudden asthma. Maybe. Ooh, I don't know anymore. Okay. I don't know anymore. With a weary expression, Natsuki returned to Ava's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kanon jogged in. After bowing in an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice. Kanon. Have you still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house. But I still haven't found him. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. No, because he wouldn't do that with him. Never mind. Where in the world has he gone? Because my other thought was maybe he could be with Kinzo, but no, I don't think Kinzo would call him in. Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. It's the most important meal of the day. Get to it. See to it immediately.
Hi.
Yes. Kanon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the word should come from him. He's dead. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Madam. It is not only Goda. Oh, okay. He's going to say, so if he checked, that means Kumasawa is also missing, right? So Goda and Kumasawa. I then expect them to check. Kraus is going to be missing. You fuckers stayed alive. I don't know how that happened. Is it just as simple as Nanjo, Kinzo, Rudolph, and Kyrie? Is it just that simple? Well, no, then it would have to be Kinzo, Kraus, Rudolph. Because, okay, Rudolph death flagged, right? Rudolph death flagged. I think Kyrie was slowly death flagging by giving us that little advice at the end, right? So, okay, so let's assume Rudolph and Kyrie are dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nanjo might actually be alive. Nanjo might be fine. I think it's Kraus, Kinzo, Rudolph, Kyrie, Goda, Kumasawa, and he's also about to announce that Kumasawa's dead. Oh, ooh, never mind. It's Kraus. Okay, Kraus is immediately okay. My husband. Yes. Damn, okay, we got Kraus before him. Okay, even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him that breakfast was being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he's not the only one missing. Rudolph and Kyrie. And Rosa! Oh shit, okay. Get fucked, Rosa! No, you're not Rosa. Get fucked. Well, I mean, damn, okay. Kyrie, Rudolph. I swear to God, if he's alive. I mean, it would make sense. He's like the biggest villain thus far. Not in the guest house.
屋敷にもですか？
Nor the mansion.
はい。
Yes.
ゲストハウスの部屋にもおられません。
They were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When she heard that Goda alone was missing, she assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she had learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Could last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room. Going out for walks on their own through the rain, no. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Goda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, when the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. She remembered the illusion she felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on. Perhaps they were still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the bee in a typhoon. At any rate, if we don't call Goda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast. So what are you saying? How did you two live then? That part's confusing me. Why did Hideyoshi and Ava of all people get to live? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing the discussion? She planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuhi and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rose's case. Oh, okay. Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. So then, if they didn't notice the door and they didn't notice anything off about the door, that means Natsuhi was supposed to die last night then, and that the charm actually protected her. Oh, if Jess is dead, oh no. I don't think they would be trading charms then, unless, I don't know. Though I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. So now the question is, who died in Natsuhi's place? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Is who is it then? Because my only answer then is Jessica. Because if Jessica had that charm, and the charm genuinely did ward off the witch and doing the sacrifice, but it feels like, the only reason I don't think it's Jessica is that it looks like thus far everyone who is missing was either in the meeting or in the mansion, right? So then that points to somebody that's in, everybody who died is in here. They're not in the guest house. Oh no, this is gonna be a mess. Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsuhi snorted, her face still blank. Kanon, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast. Certainly. Natsuhi-ne-san, we don't know for sure if they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study? I see. That's certainly a possibility. I don't know what path their conversation took.
お父さんの主催に場所を移してお父さんにも混じってもらって議論を続けてるっちゅう可能性は十分あるやろ。
But there's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study and let him in on the discussion.
そのような汚らわしい話題を好んでお父様が書斎へ招き入れることなど考えられません。
I can't imagine that father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study.
あらそう。
You really think so?
じゃあ仕方ないわね。
Well then, there's nothing we can do.
源氏さんとカノン君は申し訳ないけど外を探してきてちょうだい。
I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but could you search outside?
確かに兄さんなら頭を冷やすために外を散歩しようなんて言い出しても不思議はないわ。
It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest they can go outside for a walk to cool their heads.
たとえこんな天気でもね。
Even in this weather.
私はお父様の書斎に行ってくるわ。
I'll go to Father's study. Nah, we're gonna see some dead bodies in
ひょ
there.
っとするとそこにいるかもしれないしね。
Who knows? They might actually be there after all.
客人であるエヴァさんにそこまでのご足労はおかけできません。
Ava-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself, so... Well, actually, wait a minute, because if he's dead... Maybe Kinzo isn't dead. Maybe Kinzo is still alive, possibly?
私が行ってきます。
I will go.
朝のご挨拶も兼ねて。
I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it.
あら、じゃあお願いするわね。
Oh, then I'll leave it in your
で
hands.
も朝の挨拶を交わしてくれるかは疑わしいわね。
Ooh, well, I'll somehow doubt he'll return your greeting.
夏日姉さんってお父様とは仲よろしかったかしら？
And that's it, Natsuhine-san. Have you always been on such good terms with father?
仲が良いかは分かりかねますが、
I don't know whether you could call it that.
後ろ宮家の跡継ぎの妻を許されるだけの信頼を得ていると。
But I'm sure that I've gained his trust as the wife of the successor to the Uchiromiya family.
なら、きっと返事くらいはしてくれるわね。
Then I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right?
お父様とは朝食くらいご一緒したいの。
No, he's dead. The way they're saying this. I'd like to at least have breakfast with father.
ぜひ降りてきてくださるよ。説得してくれないかしら？
Do you think you could come convince him to come down and join us?
私たちはすっかり嫌われちゃってるみたいだけど、そこまで信頼を得ている夏日姉さんの言うことなら聞いてくれそうですもの。
It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much.
そこまで短歌を切ってお父様を説得できず、一人で降りてきちゃったりしたら。
After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince father and come down alone,
信頼を得ているなんて
convince father to come down
二度と
alone,
言えないかもね。
then I doubt you'll be able to claim that you've earned his trust again.
自信はありませんが、努力はします。
I'm not confident, but I will try. Natsuki responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Ava was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuki would be able to get Kinzo to come down. But even so, Natsuki would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Ava go instead. Ava's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuki clench her fists slightly. When Genji realized this, he spoke softly to her over her shoulder.
奥様、
Madam,
よろしければ
please
これをお
take
持
this.
ちください。
If you would, it's the key.
それは
And it says, yep, Genji handed Natsuki a sparkling gold key of ornate design. All right, everybody, get ready. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door.
でもこの鍵を使ったら、あなたも咎めを受けるのではありませんか？
Nah, he knows too much. He knows he's dead. But if this key is used, wouldn't you also receive the blame?
親方様は深くお休みになられている時、
When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not
お耳
suffice.
に届かないこともございます。それに親方様にお部屋を出ていただくよう説得するには
It would be much more difficult. It would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if you must talk to the door.
ぜひお使いください。
Please use this.
源氏。
Until now, Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her, but since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked as though but it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then Genji had already turned his back on her, was already walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering. Ava?
じゃあお父様を必ず連れてきてね。
Well, then you must bring father with you, okay?
息子のかわいい嫁の言うことですもの。きっと聞いてくれるわよ。
After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you.
私たちは客人だからここでのんびりくつろがせてもらうわ。
We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure.
予算かエヴァ。口が過ぎるで。
Quit it, Ava. You're taking this too far.
すまんが夏日姉さん、お父さんのことをよろしく頼むわ。
Sorry, Natsuhine-san, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsuhi forcibly spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I swear to God, if we win over the fucking battler, god damn it. Oh. After all the excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room, but Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining, was completely awake and just staring at you. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. She's dead. Don't worry about it. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned once again, opening the door with a lively bang. Is gonna go ooh. Ooh. Oh. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. It's an interesting change of mood. Wow, wait, wake? I almost said wake up. Wake up. The worst alarm clocks are the most effective ones. What? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them. After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to George Anaki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening. Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night. If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it.
ジョージ兄さんは本当に大人だよ。尊敬するぜ。
Yeah, okay. The game is pretty upfront about him being an adult. Not to go back to that, but I was like, I'm pretty sure like every time they talk to him, it's like, man, George, you're so mature, you're so older. George Nissan, you really are an adult. I respect that. It'll be 7 o'clock soon. Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. What's up, Maria? Okay, that's exactly what I thought. Mama's not here. Rosa. She wasn't in her room. Oh, that's right. Rosa was staying with us. Oh, never mind. I wonder if she's already awoken and gone to the mansion. Okay, but no, she would have been in the meeting though, right? Because she was still there. She never came back to the guest room. Oh, so was Rosa actually killed in Natsuhi's place instead? Not here. I don't know yet. I mean, she's saying it. Maria kept groaning, and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down, like the flower. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here. Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion. That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too. Oh, Mama's in the mansion. Hello, D-Pain. Welcome on in. Hello, Raiders. What's going on, everybody? I'm actually staying up a little late tonight, but glad that y'all are here. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome on in, everybody. Hello, Starheart Dragon. Thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. And hello, D-Pain. Hi, we are currently in the middle of UMINEKO. I don't know how to describe this visual novel yet. I guess kind of like... I feel like if I describe it, I'm spoiling it, so I won't. I have to look for a few minutes. Not a problem. But welcome on in. D-Pain, whenever you come back, please let me know what you were playing tonight. And yes, for those of you that are not familiar with D-Pain, D-Pain is a good friend of the channel, who I've done podcasts with. We actually just recorded a podcast not too long ago for the movie Swiss Army Man, which has Daniel Radcliffe in it. And it is probably one of the most interesting and funniest movies I've seen in a while. Quickest 90-minute watch. It's on, if you have Max, you can watch it on Max. If you can find it somewhere else, do. It's definitely worth the watch. There are definitely some clips on YouTube that, like, if you've never heard of this before, I just want you to know, Daniel Radcliffe's body basically can do things. And I'll leave it at that. At this point, we are in deep spoiler territory. We're deep in the story, yes. So if spoilers for UMINEKO was ever a thing for you, we are into the plot. But like, if you just want to chill out and hang out with us, all for it. Mama's in the mansion, then I'll go there. Oh. Yeah, I guess we should go to the mansion. Our parents have probably already gone there. But yes, D-Pain's, thank you, Goose, by the way, for dropping D-Pain's link. If you want to give him a follow, there you go. It's a great guy, great friend, great streamer. Maria regained her usual composure so completely. Her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Okay, they're finally going over there. Although, where was Jessica in that? Did they not think about Jessica? I'm now concerned for Jessica. One more time. Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door. Jessica was mentioned, was she? Let me just check and make sure. Just want to make sure. Okay. It was probably before that. The other... Oh, you're right. Yes, the other three cousins. You're correct. There was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not awake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Ava would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Ava aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsu readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door. Here we go. 6 dead bodies. 6 dead bodies. 6. I gotta save here. I have to save here. All right. So who's dead inside of here? Who's dead inside of here? Dead. 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 I'm torn. I don't know if it's you or if it's you. I think it's you. Dead, 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 dead. It's my final 6. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might be sleeping, Natsu entered the room quietly. God, I feel like I'm playing Doki Doki. He's alive. Okay. I mean, that would make sense in terms of that would make sense in terms of the whole game, because his status is kind of a condition here. Okay. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down on the window. Damn it. I was so ready for him to be dead. So you are awake. Good morning. How did you get in? Witchcraft. Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh but calm, and Natsu was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsu, he wasn't able to relax. My sincerest apologies. I asked Genji-san, and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Oh. Genji did. If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me? Well... breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us. I will eat here. Have it brought here like always. Well, we have another problem. My father. This family conference happens only once a year. No. You should tell them the news about breakfast. Please, at least let them see your face. Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? How foolish. Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me. Okay, I'm sorry, I just noticed something that artistically is kind of annoying. Well, I don't know if it's annoying me, but I've pointed it out. So he has like this like hooded cape thing, right? But his tie, which would make way more sense if it was tucked underneath it, is tucked over the cape, but into the suit, but the suit is underneath the cape. Like you see this, right? Like, here's the tie. The tie, if this was tucked underneath that, would make a lot of sense, but instead, it's like over the cape. The cape goes over his shoulders and over his suit, but the tie gets tucked into the suit. What happened here? And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would be not appreciated. Natsuhi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She did not look forward to facing Ava's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuhi could do. Gomenasai. Oh, never mind. Is that so? Is that so? Understood. I will tell everyone. I'm sure everyone will be sorry to hear that, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic, right? Yeah. Temper could flare up. This is spasmodic. I think it's spasmodic. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person. Natsuhi. It has been quite some time since you married into the Ushiromiya family. Yes. It has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushiromiya. Do you sometimes long for your previous family? Yes. Oh no. Damn! Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I mean, kinda. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Not in that regard, though. Ushiromiya's family is the only family I can come home to. The only one I am fond of. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain. My mom would have killed me if I was at the altar and said, "Okay, thanks, bye." Yeah. If Kraus were a woman. And you his husband. I mean, hey, what if Kraus was a woman, but then Natsuhi was also a woman, and then you know, we have a wife-on-wife situation.
Yeah.
No, I won't say that. What do you mean by that? Come on, put it together. Father. Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffered up to that point. Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man. You're being too big brain for 1986. That's fair. Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart. Father. Even though I, Natsuhi, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I would most assuredly see to it. That your honor and glory and everything that you have left behind are protected. You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart, and that's really what matters at the end of the day. Alright, Kinzo's actually having a nice moment here. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family. Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes. But such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives.
お前を後ろ宮家に迎えられたことを今は光栄に思っている。
I now consider it an honor that you were welcome into the Ushiromiya family. Nazi happened to walk in while he was having the good high. Oh, yeah. Could you imagine? Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help feel something warm well up inside of her that she hadn't felt since long ago when she had just been a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room.
あら、ちょうどいいタイミングだったわね。
God, you were so nosy, Ava. Oh, good timing. I hope you go in there and he yells at you.
お父様の様子はどう？
How is father?
あんまり遅いから様子を見に来ちゃったのよ。
You were taking so long, so I came to check. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Ava climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Ava was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. She spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory. Natsuhi opens the door and Ava scrambles to right herself up and hide the empty glass cup she was holding.
お父様は親族会議にはおいでにならないそうです。
Father said he would not join in on the family
汚ら
conference.
わしい議題に関心はないと仰せです。
He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters.
とかなんとか言っちゃって。
I figured you'd say something like that.
お父様を説得できなかったんなら素直にそう言えばいいじゃない。
If you failed to persuade father, just say so.
哀れですね。
How pitiful.
お父様が嘆かれるお気持ちも。
I'm beginning to see why father lamented so.
それはどういう意味よ。
What do you mean by that? Natsuhi did not. I was gonna say she doesn't have to answer. Natsuhi did not answer. Alrighty, I'm back. So welcome back, D-Pain. I was gonna ask, what did you stream tonight? And how are you? She showed Ava her back as she headed down the stairs. Ava finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, making a motion as though scratching at it, and follow after Natsuhi.
それで兄さんたちはいたの？
So, where were Nissan and the rest there?
お父様に聞いたの？
Did you ask father about them?
聞きそびれましたが、書斎の中にはいませんでした。
Ooh, I've thought about doing something like that with Hitman. Now that I've like played through the game, there's some like alternative missions that I can do, and letting chat kind of control or decide what actions I have to take to make it more difficult. That actually sounds like a lot of fun to have, like, to play Fallout 4, and then it's just like, okay, well, what quests would you get to do and everything like that. That's actually really cool. I didn't get the chance to ask what they were not in the study.
お父様が夫たちの下船な話のために入室を許すこともありえませんから。
Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Doing well. It was a busy day between seeing my niece graduate from preschool and date tour with the girlfriend. Oh man, yeah, that is a busy day. Yeah, graduation, date, stream.
下に降りて使用人たちが探してくれるのを待ちましょう。
Meanwhile, all I accomplished today was exercise, art, food. I have a smash burger waiting for me after stream. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search.
朝食は遅れますが、お茶でもいかがです？エヴァさん。
Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Eva-san?
別に結構よ。
That would be fine. Why is your niceness suddenly making me why don't I have the upper hand? Ava couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude. It's been fun. It's forced me to play completely different from normal, which is always fun. I want to hack and locksmith, but chat said no. Yeah, when I played Fallout 3, I would usually rely on like locksmithing a lot, but I feel like if you're in your comfort zone, it is, you know, it's just a normal playthrough. If you're forced or you're pushed to do something else, it usually makes it a lot more fun. She was acting so boldly, and while Ava hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find anything with unable to find fault with anything, Ava could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor. Okay, the children are here. Gab, is this a reasonable place to stop, or should I go a little bit more? Because this feels like a decent stopping point, and then tomorrow we're probably at a big junction, is what I'm imagining. If I'm not at a good place to stop, then I'll keep going. But I have no idea. It's very hard to feel this out and be like, oh man, we're here or we're not. If you want to read tomorrow, this is a good stop point because you're at the cusp of the point where it's hard to put down. Okay, all right, done deal. Let us stop here then. Okay, because I was kind of like, I definitely expected like today I would get there, and I feel like I'm there because now we're actually at like, oh, something happened, right? But I don't know what. I'm kind of guessing at a lot of it. See you technically later today. Yes, technically later today I will see you. Everybody have a good rest of your night. Let's go ahead and they go off stream. No, they're still playing. Okay, cool. We'll raid Rat, and because they're playing Pokemon Black and White. And then I will see y'all tomorrow. I don't know what's happening tomorrow yet. I do expect that I'm still going to be playing UMINEKO, but I don't know how long I'll be going. That's going to depend on what changes we make. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.